What's happening, you guys? Welcome to another episode of the Fins Tailgate. I am your host, El Capitan, Chris. And guys, we hired another coach today. News is already out. Everyone already knows. We got the gruesome twosome back in town. Patrick Surtain is now a part of the team. That's the third Miami Dolphins ex-player to now be part of the team. Maybe we could see other players come around. Maybe they bring O.J. McDuffie in as wide receivers coach again, something like that. Or Randy McMichael in for tight ends. You know what I'd love to see come around here? And I know is kind of still associated with the team on payroll because I've seen him in some ways. And I'll give Stephen Ross this. I know there's a lot of poking fun at Stephen Ross and things. But when he took over the team, sometime after he took the team over, he made a very conscious effort to reach out to other members, elder statesmen of the NFL that are Dolphins players and get them back in the building. These guys feel welcomed in the building. And I will always be grateful for what he's done in that retrospect, because even guys like the one I would love to see come here as a coach, Lasaka Polite, he's even got like a job making some money off the Dolphins and coming around and stuff like that. Lasaka Polite, for all you guys that don't know, was probably the last great fullback we had in the building around here. Now, I know it's hard to say great, but in his sparing use, the guy had sure hands, great blocking. When it was 3rd or 4th and 1, for a short while there, we were like, oh, yeah, we got Lasaka Polite. We getting that first down. So if he came around and be a coach around here, Randy McMichael, I don't know, O.J. McDuffie, one of these guys to come in, maybe we get another one, because I'm impressed with the staff that's being built. Now, a lot of the credit is going to Mike McDaniel, and a lot of the measurement for the staff that's being brought in is an indictment against Flores, or at least that's the parallels people are putting together. And from what I'm hearing around in places, it's basically that Flores could never get these guys in the building. This is what people are saying. Or look at Mike McDaniel. All these guys want to come here and work with Mike McDaniel. And maybe this is true. Maybe Flores didn't want people coming in, didn't want certain help, wanted more control over his guys, which doesn't really make sense because if you look at it, Flores was boxed out from all his guys anyhow, wasn't he? I mean, he didn't speak to nobody in the locker room, so we're told, and that stopped talking to the coaching staff. So obviously those weren't his guys brought in either if they all turned their back on him. Other than what we can assume to be Jared Alexander, pretty much Flores was alone in the building at times. And my point about this is that we're giving all this credit to Mike McDaniel hiring these coaches, but I really think it's more about Chris Greer hiring these guys. And I think I commend Mike McDaniel for A, allowing Chris Greer to have input as a GM to hire people in, and B, being the good enough coach and person where they believe in Mike McDaniel to be a part of the team. Now, maybe in some ways, these guys are coming here because of him, like Wes Welker or John Embry. I could see those guys in particular coming straight here. But Frank Smith, I don't know if much tie goes in, especially for a lateral movement at that. And I have some speculation about that too, because really the things I want to question or want to know, or the questions I have, I should say, are why did all these coaches take lateral moving jobs to come to the Dolphins? Dolphins are building a new team. So why is everyone coming? Is it because of Mike McDaniel? Does everyone believe in Mike McDaniel this much? Are these guys coming on the offensive side because they see the Dolphins have a healthy cap and that there's resources going to go into this offense, and everyone also that knows this scheme can take their part and make it work? Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why Frank Smith goes, you know what? I could stay with the Chargers with a quarterback that is MVP or was MVP, excuse me, and come and take the same exact position for a different team. I just don't understand why. Is it just money? Maybe. I don't know. So I then start digging a little deeper and I wonder about Tua. And I go, okay, so all these guys must really, really believe in Tua because they all see the system Mike McDaniel's going to build. And they also see that Tua's going to be the quarterback. Or do they know something we don't? And I say this because I have a video loaded up about Desean Watson carousel, and I have some other stuff about Brian Flores, and it's just speculation, guys. You know, my ear is to the ground. We will have some kind of news here in the future about Desean Watson and his legality problems, in which case you can fully expect Dolphins fans and Tua fans in particular, who I'm trying to get this across, that Tua may still be fighting for his job around here, because I know everyone wants to believe it was Flores that wanted Desean Watson and probably did. But I also believe that Stephen Ross wants Desean Watson. And I also believe that there's no time like the present as far as finances goes. And all these new coaches coming in, all these new players that are coming in, it's going to be a complete rebuild the right way. During the Flores administration, we'll say, we can call that the blow up and foundation. This is the building of the foundation. So the foundation's there with draft picks, young talent on the defensive side of the ball, quarterback, you know, a couple of weapons, young guys on the offense too. Let's be real. I mean, we've got a bunch of young offensive linemen that might be able to be coached up into something else. Who knows? Maybe Kinley even loses a bunch of weight and picks up speed. Maybe he's a guard that we never knew he could be. Either way, there's a lot of moving parts over here, and I think there's going to be a lot of money spent. And I just wonder, with all this money being spent, they could spend all of it. But how much could they really spend? Okay, are they going to re-sign all these guys? I don't think so. Why would we re-sign any of these guys? Why wouldn't they take chances on other guys and sign the guys that they want that already fit the system? So it's something to think about. I've got some videos lined up. Guys, if you're watching on Facebook or Twitch or Twitter, please do me the favor and come over to YouTube, subscribe to the channel. Guys that are in the chat, please like the channel. AB, I see you in there, brother. No, listen, I'm just telling you what's gonna happen. It's kind of a lot of predicting I'll do around here, because I've even got a video I'm going to play a little bit later that Color put together for me of me predicting for the second time how this Flores issue is going to play out, where he's going to basically, Ross is going to say this was a joke. I wasn't serious about the $100,000, essentially admitting to him saying that I would pay him $100,000. So, FM, what's going on, brother? Breezy, Chris is the best dressed Dolphins YouTuber. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Aquavision, what's happening, brother? Shouting out everybody. Bleezy in there. Thanks, Bleezy. Who else is in here right now? Q, what's going on, Q? Ali Da, Rock Rims in here. Ian Baller, Alex T, thanks for hopping in, guys. Anthony, what's good? Andreas, MCJB. Von Joe in this Von Joe was in here early, and so is Lucky You. Lucky You first to the punch, guys. And John in here as well. What's up, John Fernandez? So, guys, make sure you're hitting the like button. Make sure you're sharing the show. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. Also, guys, keep a lookout on Wednesday. Special guest, 9:30. Look for the thumbnail. It should be out tomorrow. What's up, Chase? Dougly Durong coming into the show. El Capitan and Dougly Durong Wednesday at 9:30, going live, coming at you. So, all right, guys. A lot of what I do outside of the show, just reporting stuff and calling football games, and during the season, I'll break things down and we'll do film breakdown. And now that season's over, we'll do, draft and stuff like that. All I have is my opinion and what I see in my speculation. And anyone who's been here long enough, I can tell you this. I look at the NFL as essentially a union. Okay. I look at it in a business sense. The NFL is a union made up of a bunch of companies. Okay. And these companies have a bunch of subcontractors working for them. Okay. And each one of these subcontractors are essentially businesses in their own right. Some of them are Fortune 500 companies like Brady and Rodgers. They all have teams and people, PR, their own special doctors, all of this stuff. So when we get our news from places outside of directly from credible sources that put their name and reputation on being right, guys like Jay Glazer or Ian Rappaport, the big names that are out there, when they report things, you can almost take it as fact or that it's something coming around the corner real soon. When you get your news from Twitter and social media, and there's even the blue checkmark people, all it is a lot of times is regurgitated guessing. And whichever guess gets the most steam behind it really carries a little bit of water. And when you're wrong, you're wrong. It's always just speculation. It's I heard a rumor, or I heard from this or that, and then that one's heard from here, and it's a game of telephone. And it's cool. I play the game too. But when I'm making my assessments in a third eye perspective, I try to take even my Dolphin fandom out of it and put my businessman hat on and try to look at what the NFL is doing, what this owner's doing, what's happening around. So with this perspective, along with comedy, is what makes up the tailgate party that never stops. The Fins tailgate coming down, getting down. And, make sure you guys are always coming around, checking out all the great shows. We got Talk TMI Tuesday coming at you live at 9. And then right after that, guys, we have Open Mic with Mike on the mic at 10 on Tuesdays. And then we have Drop the Mic at 10 tomorrow night, Saturdays. Make sure you're checking that out. Cash and Tickets is still around. I know we haven't gotten a couple shows in, but don't worry, guys. We're going to start working it out a little bit, but you can always catch on Thursdays as well. Late night color commentary. Always either El Capitan will be on there or Mike or maybe Brandon the Bookie will be able to make it on once he settles things in. Guys, you can always catch the Fins Tailgate every other day, always on right around this time. I'll try to put out episodes ahead of time so you guys know to be here. Cash App, Venmo, help donate to the channel, help us grow. We really appreciate it, guys. Make sure to do shout outs and things like that when we do get donations. Also, we are partnered with fanatics.com. So if you guys are looking for any great gear, hats, jerseys, shirts, shoes, I don't care. They got signed football cards, signed stuff. They do specials. If you guys hit the link in the description, go on Fanatics, buy some gear. They give us a credit for it, and that's how we will be able to work out a nice sponsorship with these guys and grow the channel again. So real quick, I'm going to bring on the guys I got in the back. I got with me color commentary hanging in there. What's good, my brother?
What's up,
I also
man?
got special guest, Big John Stud. What's up, brother?
Big John.
So, John,
you need to just call me like preferred guest or I don't know.
Yeah. Rotating host,
Yeah,
John
basically.
Stud.
Contributor.
Rotating host, John Stud.
News contributor. You're a contributor.
Contributor. I like that. Something
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
what they call them, like the regular people they bring on the news. They're the news contributor.
Yeah, I've seen it.
You guys. I don't know if I told you guys this, but I always laugh with Dono when he brings me on because depending on what the topic is, or if he knows I have something that nobody knows, he's like, "Oh, I'm coming on right now, Big John Scheffner," and I'm like, "You're such an idiot, right?" He just likes to throw me out there. So.
I hope Dono's having a good time out there. I know he's in Jamaica with the fam or with the wife and stuff like that.
No bullshit. Hey, Dono, hope you're having a good time, man. Smoke one for me, drink one for me.
Get that Jamaican rock weed. You know they got that stuff on there.
I just text him right now. I was like, "Yo, hope you have," because there's an inside joke that you guys don't get to see on the panel where I call him Mr. Miyagi and he calls me Danielson. I'm like, "Hey, bro, you're a fucking ass." You know what I'm saying? I go to him, "Hey, you're an asshole, dude. You sit there and go on vacation. I'm your best student. I get left behind. Where's my seat?" You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you notice he was seeing UFOs after day one. He's posting pictures of UFOs. You notice that?
Yeah, he's
didn't take long.
He's having a good old time over there.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, I missed Dono Daily at 3, so I'm missing the show. But
I missed it yesterday because I was supposed to be on. I'm on every Wednesday, so
I know, right?
If anybody wants
Color had a great show on TD today, and also today, happy birthday to Reason. It was his birthday today, so
Yes,
happy birthday,
Happy
Reason.
birthday.
Shout out to Reason, man.
Yep.
Shout out to Reason.
Happy birthday, Reason.
Color was on TD earlier. Color that went good.
Yeah, it was pretty. It seemed pretty nice. I mean,
donations today too.
Yeah, I saw that, and obviously, it was, running down the dead horse of Tua and coaching and all that stuff. So, I've said my thing, and that's where I'm at now. And I hope the kid improves. I mean, what am I gonna say? I don't hate the guy, so whatever.
FM asks Chris Color, for the upcoming season, will you guys be doing play-by-play and post-game and analysis? Yes. If you go back, we started, I think it was like the last few games of the season, and then all through the playoffs and everything like that, we were doing, commentating and everything like that, calling the game.
Yeah, and I'm always happy too, as long as El Capitan is willing to have me. I'm always willing
No,
Yeah, he doesn't
do
like. He doesn't like having me on. We were on for like 5 minutes and he kicked me off. So.
Well, I gotta be able to concentrate on the game, and I can only hear your voice when you're talking. I can't hear nothing. My brain don't work like that. So it's almost easier to call the game alone, but then like have someone to bring in for commentation. Because I gotta bring,
especially because you're one of the few people who likes hearing me talk.
I hear you, and I can't hear anything else. I'm listening to you, so I'm not even paying attention to the game. My eyes don't even work.
No, I know, but I've noticed that, and it's not because of anything. But when I talk, you actually listen. There are people who talk to me, and I'm like, okay, and I hear you,
but I can't listen.
Listening to you. Yeah, and I noticed that when I talk or Color talks, not that you don't do it to other people, but you know what I mean.
Oh no, I know what you mean.
When I talk, you listen. So when you're listening to me, you can't really call the game. He's like, yeah, Big John, shut up, 30-10.
I can't listen. Yeah, I'm trying to keep the scores going. I can't do it. AB. Also, in the description below, you guys can buy this microphone through the show. This microphone is sale through the show.
No, you can just send me one. I think I've earned.
I'm actually when the time comes and we take the next step and we get over 1,000 subscribers, which when we do, I have tons of stuff I'm gonna give away, guys, on the show. It's gonna be a extravaganza, but once we start doing it, I'm gonna have these microphones sent out to all the show guys, and because I'm gonna get a sponsorship through these people and try to sell the microphones because I think it's a badass microphone. I like this
and
part.
also
look, this right here. Look.
Before I forget,
that's the coolest part right there, bro. The mute.
Before I forget, shout out to my daughter. Tomorrow's her baptism.
What?
Nice.
Congrats, man.
Tomorrow.
Congratulations.
You must be feeling old already, man.
Yeah, well, dude, my good thing is, bro, I don't look 41, so I'm good. You know what I'm saying?
No, you don't look 41. So, all right, guys.
Real quick, also, by the way, that microphone is a HyperX, correct?
Mm-hmm.
From Kingston, and I just want to also say that the HyperX is also powering my the computer you guys are watching me on right now. With as far as my RAM goes, I really love Kingston's HyperX products. So even just besides the microphone, hit that link and shop away. But
he's trying to auction off your jacket, bro.
I know, man.
Also, to answer the earlier question, I'd also like to start even when obviously I'd rather help Capitan if he's willing to have me as far as true color commentary on the Dolphins games, on the Dolphins games. But obviously that beats a person up. So, I wouldn't even mind backing up on my own channel with calling other games myself to help that along, games that may pertain to or have direct effect or something to the Dolphins. You see what I'm saying? So even if it's a Sunday night game or a Monday night game or a Thursday night game, right? Like Sure. I'd love to start backing up a little more on that too. That kind of stuff on my own channel. So, look for that. Also,
well, there's going to be times where I'm probably, who knows? I'm going to be at the game. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And Color going to shoot the game and take it.
Could be the other way around too. You might see me pop up in row one or something at a game.
That's right.
With Cap
live from the stadium. What's happening? Absolutely. They're down there on your side.
Y'all know that's not.
That's right, Wicked Fubar. We're gonna do the Manning.
What's that, Big John?
It's not going to be me because if I'm at the game, I'm standing with the cheerleaders, bro.
I don't blame you, bro.
I will learn the cheer.
It's like Dallas who? Dallas who? Dallas who?
The finest cheerleaders in the world, to be honest, they're not even in football. If you've ever seen the Miami Heat cheerleaders,
yeah, probably. I was going to say probably the Heat cheerleaders. Yeah,
forget
about it, bro.
But aren't they kind of more like performers, like performing dancers?
That's right. That's right. Color. That's right. They're performers, and they are great at their job, and they deserve even more money.
I mean, and basketball kind of rolls a different way as far as that goes.
So, all right, guys. I want to roll through the stuff I know people don't want to talk about in the beginning, the Brian Flores stuff, the Desean Watson stuff, and then we'll move into Patrick Surtain hired, Mike McDaniel, some stuff talking about that, and then how it pertains to Tua. But let's go ahead and share this first video, boys and guys. Get at us in the chat. I'll if you got questions or want to ask one of the guys something.
What's up, Bleezy?
I will. I'll pop.
By the way, do they have a video? They were talking about Brian Flores commenting on Tua and his relationship.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's a clip. That's a clip from a.
I've got it already loaded up. Loaded up.
And also, John, that's a clip from a video that's going to be dropping Monday from a full interview of Omar with Brian Flores. Just
That's
to
right.
let you know.
I've got that clip loaded up, so we'll watch that soon.
Then there's the Desean Watson saga in Houston. Legal status still up in the air. The question remains, does he finally get moved? BMAC, is Watson playing somewhere else next season?
No, he's not. I don't think Desean will play anywhere. I do believe he will remain with the Houston Texans, but I don't see him playing anywhere. And here's why, Hakeem. His legal status is in limbo. It's been in limbo since all of these allegations came out to the public. And if you're an organization, understand that he is a franchise quarterback and the Houston Texans, they're looking for a healthy return for his services. Do you go out and roll a dice and take that risk, not knowing exactly what type of punishment he potentially could receive in the near future? No. That's why teams are so hesitant in trying to make a move for Desean Watson, because they don't know legally if he will be punished. They don't know if he will be punished from the NFL. And because of that, he's basically untouchable. No one is willing to touch him or consider to touch him and bringing him into their organization.
Nobody's touching him. I deny. I don't think that's the truth.
The Houston Texans want multiple first rounders in return for his services. So me personally, unfortunately, I don't think we will see Desean Watson playing football this season.
Wow, going to miss his second straight season of Brian McFadden, and for now, Watson listed
unless we get some type of clarity legally regarding Desean Watson. But Hakeem, it seems like everything has been zip quiet as of late. And think about this, the season will start sooner than later. So everything continues to be as status quo. Who would be willing to take a chance?
Yeah, it's a great question. We'll see how it plays out. For now, listed third on the depth chart behind Davis Mills and Tyrod Taylor. BMAC, thanks.
So now I know a lot of people would love to see that video and be like, see, can't trade for Desean. It's not worth trading for. But to me, I see, you can get him cheaper than you think. That's what I see. Because one way or another, there's going to be a little bit more leaked out about what's going on. And maybe we won't know, but the gajillionaires that are a part of the companies that are a part of the union, will say, we'll know for certain what kind of judgment they're gonna hand down to Desean, what legal ramifications, if any, are coming of this. So if he is traded, we'll know that that's the deal. So, but now we'll get a little bit of more legal ramifications, because here's kind of what I'm putting at. And I know a lot of people want to put Desean to rest around here, but we have the trifecta color. We have the trifecta. And I keep saying this because anytime race is going to be mentioned, it'll be because of Flores. And in return, the Dolphins will be spoken. So that's number one. Now we have from what I can see, there is nothing discriminatory about the Dolphins organization. But because of the other thing that we're being pulled in, Ross, with the scandal, the yacht gate, we'll call it, that's another thing. So that's a separate ordeal. So that's what makes it three. Desean Watson's talked about, Dolphins going to be mentioned. Racism in the NFL is talked about, Dolphins going to be mentioned. Cheating and our owner, that's all us all day. So we're going to hear this again and again, whether it's closure in the next few months or it's dredged out all off season, and God, who knows, all season long next year. All season long next year because of the litigations. And you're right, Loretta Lynch has been, and already from the side of Loretta Lynch, they're catching the opposers in the NFL that are lawyering up against Flores for these allegations of, I don't know, basically abuse of the Rooney Rule and mistreatment to African Americans or minorities in the NFL. Loretta Lynch's own people are coming after her, and I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about. So
this was also predicted by myself.
That's right. And listen, Color, we talked about it in private, that there's no doubt that this is coming in. You know what I believe is coming, Color. So check this out, you guys.
Attorney General Loretta Lynch is a sellout. Now, I know you don't like to hear me talk about people like that. Let me explain to you what a sellout is. A sellout is a person who literally takes money to represent positions that are antithetical to the community who produced them. That's what a sellout is. Now, the NFL has done this many times. When they are in trouble, they will then go and purchase somebody from that community. And then that person that they have purchased from that community will stand beside them and tell the community that has validated them for years, oh, there's no problem here with the NFL. There's no racism here. We're beyond kneeling. We need to just move on. Can we just ignore what they have done and just work together for some other things that are unrelated to correcting what we are here protesting about? So let me give you an update here. All right, I stand by what I said, by the way. Let's put up a picture of the former Attorney General, right? We used to have a lot of respect for this woman. In keeping with the time-honored tradition of white people accused of racism, turning to respected black folk to cover, the NFL tapped the nation's first black woman Attorney General to defend the league against former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores' racial discrimination lawsuit. So she's now representing the NFL. She is their purchased black person to represent them. Now, the league has hired this big law firm that Loretta Lynch is a partner at, okay? All right. Both lawyers had pre-existing relationships with the NFL, talking about the chairman, Brad Karp, who's leading this defense, as well as Ms. Lynch. Lynch worked on the investigation into discrimination and misconduct claims against the Washington football team Commanders back in 2020. That investigation uncovered a chain of racist emails, which were ultimately leaked and led to the resignation of former Las Vegas Raiders head coach John Gruden. Flores, the coach, filed a class action lawsuit against the NFL, the Dolphins, New York Giants, Denver Broncos, February 1st. It accuses the league of racial discrimination for maintaining a glass.
So look, right there. He just said it. Flores filed a class action lawsuit against the NFL, the Dolphins, the Giants, the Broncos,
and John Doe teams 1 through 29.
That's right.
What it says. By the way, real quick, you guys can go. I don't have the episode off the top of my head, but you can look on the Fins Tailgate playlist, and you will see which was it. It was here on my show, right, or one of the shows we did where I ran through this and brought this when I first brought up that Loretta Lynch was tapped for this role.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, all of this stuff, the law firm she's with. The fact that the partner of that law firm is all up in arms or is all up in trouble for domestic violence and whatnot, and this and that. I just want you all to know you heard it on this channel first. You heard about all this on this channel first. It's the perspective
we try to keep, Color, because we're diehard Dolphins fans, but because this team has dicked us around so much, I don't take anything at face value.
And anymore. I predicted right here on the Fins Tailgate that this was going to happen, that this was going to be a division, that you were going to have guys like this come out and say, oh, this woman is a sellout. Or
that's right. First thing he said is she's a sellout.
Yeah.
That's how
I didn't use those words. I said it a different way, but this is what I was predicting right here.
You knew that they were. You knew that they were, and so did I to some extent. Because Color, a second I heard Loretta Lynch's name, I said, "Wow, there they go."
Kind of interesting, right? Because from what I'm used to with Loretta Lynch, I mean, she was the Attorney General under Obama.
Wait till you hear the rest of this. So wait till you hear he calls her.
So continue. Sure.
February 1st. It accuses the league of racial discrimination for maintaining a glass ceiling. That means you can't see it. For maintaining a glass ceiling that keeps black former players and coaches from ascending to head coaching and other executive positions, and calls out the Rooney Rule, which is a BS rule meant to increase black head coaches. It didn't do that, which requires teams to interview non-white candidates for those roles. A very manipulated farce, all right? This all comes against the backdrop of a debate over whether the NFL's Black Super Bowl halftime show was a distraction from its troubles over race. And as two black men, media entrepreneur Byron Allen and a billionaire, Robert F. Smith, are either rumored or confirmed to be in the mix to buy the same Broncos team named in the Flores lawsuit. The NFL, let me be very clear, the NFL is very good about doing this. They are very good about purchasing someone and protecting their white-only power structure. Please understand, I am pissed that Miss Loretta Lynch decided to take this job. There are better jobs out here. You are a former attorney general for the United States of America. You did not need this job. You did not need this gig. This hurts. This one hurts, all right? But this is a routine of the NFL. Let's see where it goes, all right? David, thoughts on this one?
I wish Loretta Lynch had said to the NFL, thank you for thinking of me, but I want to be the independent counsel that you're going to hire to investigate the allegations of racism. I'm not going to defend you. If the NFL had done that, said, okay, yeah, we need to investigate ourselves, then that would have been great. They might have actually had some credibility in terms of dealing with racism. But the fact that they're just using window dressing, again, as you point out, to try to somehow hide what's really going on in the NFL is a crying shame. And it also suggests to me that the NFL is not ready to change in the way that they need to.
Hail to the no, because if they were, brother, you know and I know that they would have brought in true advocates. They would have had an exacting audit, and this would be a totally different tone right now. But it's not. They're trying to protect that white power dominated ownership and head coaching atmosphere.
So can I say something real quick, Chris?
Please do, Color. Go right ahead, buddy.
The first time in my adult life that I wholeheartedly 100% agree with a gentleman like that. I should say that is broadcasting from TYT's network. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't watch too much of that stuff, but
he ain't wrong about one thing he said. He is not wrong about one thing he said, man.
But I have to agree with the optics of it. Now, again, guys, and I've been predicting this, and Color, remember this episode because we can just clip this one next. This is what's going to happen, whether it happens this offseason, during the year next year, or next year. This legal battle for racism brings the federal government in the door. And they're sumping a racial issue with also because Ross may or may not have cheated or tried to cheat. You get the federal government in the door for the racial issue, and while they're in the building, you get them to fix whatever it is with a class action suit, and then you get them to basically look at, is anyone cheating around here? And then they'll have an action committee to watch the NFL for discriminations and payoffs and all kinds of stuff that will make the game more legitimized for the ultimate goal. You picking up your devices, your tablet, your phone, and having Vegas sport betting in your hand and making that not necessarily legal through the federal government, but monitored through the federal government. So when your state goes to vote on making it legal to do in your state, you can. And when they get enough of them, it's a product that can be sold internationally. And this was the goal before this. And all it does is streamline it, makes it happen because it's going to happen. Remember this day, guys.
And that part, and
that's where this will end. It will end in an action committee.
Right. And that part
it'll probably be Ross, hashtag Toss Boss Ross FM. It'll probably be Ross that gets drug out into the streets for one way or the other. No one ever catches the blame. You know what I'm saying, Color?
You know, Chris, that's what the gentleman was alluding to also, was that it would be one thing if Loretta Lynch was saying, hey, I'm taking this job, but I want to be an independent,
yes,
you know, sort of like a regulator, you know, because that's what he was alluding to. It's not a, you know, far stretch from the federal government saying, okay, well, we need to send in a regulator for that very purpose to do an independent investigation.
Listen, to me, Loretta Lynch will become the go-between between the federal government and who will represent the NFL, making sure the federal government is happy, because she's worked in government. She knows, I'm telling you, it's I don't want to call it a scam or a game, but it's definitely something that makes sense for everybody involved. The league wants the government involved with the league to some extent, not that they control it like a communist country. What they want is the U.S. stamp of approval that everything's on the up and up. Okay, that's what they want.
You know, and AB does make a fair point right here, Chris. If you want to pull that comment up, you know, that is an absolutely fair point. I can't, you know, I mean, AB, you and I butt heads on a lot of stuff, but I can't really argue with you on that.
No,
point.
I agree. Listen, she takes a job. She's a lawyer. She could work.
I think what the guy in the video was just trying to say was, she really doesn't need that, nor does she need the clout. Well, she was the Attorney General of the United States. You know what I mean?
Here's my point, Color, is that she's taking the job. And in optics right now, it looks like she's a traitor to the cause. But when this is all said and done, she'll be the inside person for the cause, making sure it's on.
Well, that's where we should take pause and pump the brakes and say, okay, well, maybe she has her own personal agenda or hidden agenda as far as.
I wouldn't call it even hidden. I would call it that, hey.
To be fair, it actually
it's not very hidden to me.
In other words, hey.
Color, like, think about it.
Right.
She's Attorney General, ex-Attorney General, ex-government employee hired by private business to then when government employees come in there, they have one of their own already there.
Right.
And I get it, but that's what he's saying, where they can say everything's A-OK, but that's not what's going to happen. It's not going to come out everything's A-OK. It's going to come out. What we need is a system to monitor to then make sure not only is everything A-OK now, but for the future and for now on, it's always A-OK.
Right.
That's what they want.
Right, but her gambit would be, oh, I've been doing this, you know, month or two long investigation, and all of a sudden I've got to step down and recuse myself because I've uncovered things that go against my, you know what I mean? Like, and then all of a sudden she's basically signaling to everybody, there's something nefarious going on here, and I can't continue this against my own principles.
Listen, if that happens,
that recovers herself and exposes the NFL.
Listen, that's a twist like no other, Color. If that happens,
why I'm saying
make sure to clip that too, Color.
Right, well, right. But that's why we got to pump the brakes and say, hey, you know, we have no idea what's going on in her mind. So I think the guy in the video we just watched probably should pump the brakes too, and that's what TYT is not known for pumping the brakes. So
no. They call it on face value, and I mean,
and usually they're extreme, and as such, they're wrong a lot of the time because they're so extreme. You know,
it's what it is.
Sure, everybody's aware of what they're after there. I know.
Remember, it's all an entertainment industry.
Yeah, I agree. Because
the only way you can get people to watch is to be entertaining. Like, if you're just all stoic, it's fucking boring. No one.
I get it.
So, all right. Let's move on. Just wanted to touch base on that because, Color, you and I talked a little bit about it, the legality stuff. And just like that guy said there, listen, TYT don't talk about sports. They don't ever mention sports. But in this allegation, it was a negative light being depicted in. And one of the three names that was written up there with the words racism and racial profiling was the Dolphins, okay? So understand that people that don't watch sports, that do watch that news and other news channels, are going to hear the Dolphins name. So this is a stain on our organization that will continuously be dredged up until there's closure to it. And it's going to hurt us just as bad, if not worse than the Giants, because our owner is implicated in other parts that are directly the lawsuit.
Right.
So,
and real quick, CT makes a good point, but I think Q might have followed it up already for me. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's not a matter of exposing anything that she knows. It's a matter of if she recuses herself, then that's an indicator to the court of public opinion of what's really going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. So it's it would be damning alone. You know what I'm saying? If she recuses herself,
right? Especially if she does it after especially if she does it after like a couple months of investigation.
That ain't true. She does it after like 3 or 4. If she recuses herself next week, everyone's gonna go.
Well, yeah. But I mean, to really set up the linchpin, you got to do it for a month or two. Like it's deep investigation, true. And then all of a sudden, I got to walk away. You know, this could hurt my own reputation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess. So, all right, guys. We'll move a little further down the rabbit hole to another direction.
Real quick, Wicked Fubar, another reason I'm pumping the brakes
She's
on
cunning.
it. You know what
She's
I mean?
cunning.
Yeah, we got to wait
cunning.
and see what's going to come of all this. Sure. That's a little further above my pay grade, I'll be honest.
They do talk sports, and it's always when they have something to be upset about or proud about.
Sure, they've got their own agenda. I get it.
And, listen.
It's very rare I agree with somebody that's speaking on that channel at this moment in time, at least with the information we're working with right now. Right. You know what I mean?
And TYT, and listen, they run a freaking big operation over there. They built it up out of nothing. God bless them. All right, so moving on, staying with the topic of Flores. Everyone's heard about Flores and I Am Athlete. So I'm going to play the clip, and essentially Flores kind of puts the ball in Tua's court, which I kind of agree with Tua on here. It was a low blow. What is Tua going to come out and talk shit about Flores? He would never, ever do that. That even if he had a bag full of evil Mr. Flores, he's a guy with the type of integrity.
Did you watch my show earlier where I went through the comment that came on my video and all that about Flores is an evil devil that sabotaged Tua?
I wasn't able to catch all of it, Color. I told you.
Okay, just making sure.
We'll talk a little bit about it, but Flores. Listen, obviously. Very malicious.
Of course, that person claimed not to be a Tua near, so I gotta give him that, I guess.
Well, DP, I gotta to get on. Alls I heard out of Chris Greer and Ross is that when they hired Flores, and I could probably find the video, I'm not gonna ever give my coach someone they don't want. You know what I'm saying? And I got to be honest. I feel like Flores didn't want Tua or was sold Tua. To me, Ross picked Tua, and that was it. He bought him, wanted him, said, let's go with Tua. And Flores wanted out, and Watson was the game plan, and everyone was on board. And when Watson couldn't come into the building, Flores took it too far, got probably power hungry, power crazy. And also, I don't know, but to me also, he's probably just a mean kind of a guy. But so what? Like, not everyone's nice, and this isn't uncommon.
But as a coach, I don't think it's in him to directly sabotage a player, or at least knowingly fail a player. And this is where we got to apply a little bit of Hanlon's razor. Like, you don't ascribe malice to that which can be explained by incompetence. You know what I mean? And if we're saying that Flores tried, but his way was incompetent as relates to Tua, then that's fair enough. Okay, but to say that he maliciously purposely sabotaged him. I
can't imagine Flores wouldn't.
There's been no indication in the guy's attitude that we've seen in 3 years to indicate he'd be that way, other than rumors out of the building.
That's right. And I couldn't imagine Flores not wanting to throw games in 2019, to purposely throwing games to make Tua look bad. I hate that narrative. It's the worst narrative, that he's trying to make Tua look bad.
And there are alternative narratives that make less assumptions. That's another thing too.
Right. That's
you know what I mean?
So I'm gonna play the clip of Flores. Let's get it on here. Everybody can check it out.
This is an interesting topic because it wasn't strained. We had a good relationship. It was a player-coach relationship, and I think in a relationship like that, the coach challenges the player, and oftentimes the player challenges the coach. And I think there was a great deal of respect between the two of us. So you hear these crazy kind of this narrative that's out there. But this is a young man who works, who developed and got better over 2 years. And, I think he's got a bright future, and I wish him all the best. So the world can think what it wants to think. I think as Tua, I'm here to say what I got to say, and you can ask him. So say the same thing.
I just want to say that actually encourages me about Tua. Despite what everybody wants to say about Flores, I'm just saying it was oil and water. Okay, that's fine. He's gone. You know what I mean? But what he just said about Tua actually inspires me, encourages me.
You want to know what I think?
In other words, what I mean to say is it encourages me to believe. And like I've always said, I don't believe. But when it comes to the things Big John says and his support for Tua, that's the kind of thing coming from Flores' mouth that are encouraging me. So how anybody can take that as not genuine, or, you know what I mean? I just don't get it. The man just actually encouraged me that maybe there is something that was missing that can still be had.
You know what? I think Flores knows where the bodies are buried. That smirk that he had towards the end of that video, go ask Tua. A little bit of a smirk. I think he knows things about something. Something.
Well, I'd have to
be. What I seen there was him basically say, "Go put the camera." He's literally going on daytime talk shows, YouTube talk shows. He's putting himself out there and getting out in front of the PR battle, for better or for worse.
And look, I'd have to be a
manipulating, lying, crazy sociopath, and it will come out that that's the truth.
And Chris,
but he's at least doing it.
And Chris, I'd have to be the same guy. I'd have to be a lying, manipulative sociopath, and complete grifter if I were to say, hey, that ain't encouraging about Tua. Maybe I am missing something that can still be drawn out of him. You know what I mean?
What do you got to say about it, Big John?
Because the man I support just told me the guy works hard and the guy's progressing. So,
Big John, you're on mute, buddy.
I'd have to be a liar not to believe that and not to go with it.
You're
be encouraged by it.
Stop lying, Color. Stop lying, you Color.
All right. Color, are you done with your rant before I go?
You know what I mean, though, Big John? Tell me. You know?
All right.
What do you think, Color? Or I mean, Big John.
I don't buy that interview for 1 second. The only reason why I don't buy the interview is because I know what happened behind the scenes, and I know how people are behind the scenes and how they portray them, how they are in front of a camera. I've seen it firsthand. I'll tell you guys a story. I'm not going to give a name, but I know a certain basketball player personally, and I've seen him turn down an interview. A photo request of a kid in a wheelchair who was like, "You're my favorite player. Can I take a picture with you?" He goes, "Nah, kid, I don't do pictures." And the kid was heartbroken. And then, you put a camera on him and he acts like he's all warm and fuzzy. So I've seen it happen. But I know what went on behind the scenes, and he can sit there and flip-flop it all he wants. Those who know what happened in the building, those who were there, you can paint a picture 35 different ways, and at the end of the day, it doesn't change the fact that you did what you did. Unfortunately, now you're beginning to regret what you did. We could tell you regretted what you did in the last interview when you were a Dolphin coach, when you were about to cry on the podium, literally. As far as him encouraging Tua, that's just hearsay because he's on the TV show, and I don't buy a fucking single word that guy says ever again. I know what happened with him and a certain particular person in Tua's circle. I know they almost, things got ugly fast. So, if it wasn't for me knowing that part of it, I might buy this.
So,
but
John,
there's no way.
But John, sometimes things get taken far, and maybe that does make him, the guy is out of the building for a reason. I get it. But I'm talking about the overall picture of 3 years that, I got people in the chat right now continuing to scroll up. Oh, Flores is full of it. You can't take that. You have to take that at face value, blah, 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 blah. All I said was I agree with him that I'm encouraged by the fact that he said Tua works hard and that he's progressing. Is that a lie too?
Yes. And let me tell you why it's a lie. It's not a lie that Tua works hard. It's a lie when he says it, that he believes it, because he was the same one making fun of Tua, getting pissed off at Tua because Tua was golfing on his days off. So you can't sit there 1 minute and say the guy works hard after you've gone on and said the guy doesn't have any work ethic.
Yeah, no, I
he's playing golf.
I gotta agree
what
with
advantage
John
does he
Color,
have?
Because I think Flores was playing it and going at Tua, but I also think he went at Tua anyhow, and maybe in some ways rightfully so. Listen, maybe Flores just wanted to push Tua because he knew there was more juice to be squeezed out of him.
But that's all saying his coaching device is incompetent. Okay, that's fine. You know what I mean? I'm not disagreeing with that.
Look, color. I put it like this: you can say you believe in me, or you can say Flores believed in Tua, and he wanted to, and he was trying to push his buttons to get the most out of him because he likes to show tough love. But at the end of the day, you have to know who you're talking to, and that may have worked year one.
Okay.
Okay,
but that still doesn't make it malicious.
Let me finish. It's malicious when you know it doesn't work. Once you know, and if you've been around someone for 3 years, you can try something once or twice, and eventually they're going to call you on it. So you know already that it doesn't work. And if
that lack of foresight could be called incompetence too, not necessarily malicious.
Well, okay, at the end of the day, the fact that he had a run-in with the main guy into his camp, and it was back and forth, was all that I had to hear, bro. When you have
that's fine. That's fair. That's fair.
When you have people in Tua's family getting involved in situations, that should never happen.
And that's fair. That's fair.
That's kind of something I was going to ask you, Big John.
Still don't make Tua better.
Because, there's been indication that Tua's father got involved with Flores and, about his defending his son in a way. I don't know all of the logistics of how or why or what have you, but I can't imagine any instance in my life as a grown man older than the age of 21 where I need my dad to step in and do anything for me.
Nobody. But see, here's the you're
Here's what?
without wanting to, you're taking it out of context.
What am I taking out of context?
Tua didn't sit there and say, "Dad, handle it for me." His dad chose, because he's part of Tua's team, to get involved because he had heard through another source.
But that's what I'm saying, though. Like Tua, get your okay. My dad's a part of my team always, but you can't have your dad coming in here talking to your head coach. This isn't high school ball no more. This is the pros. You couldn't do it in college, and in some high schools you can't do it either. I mean, they don't let parents come down there. Why is Tua so special that his dad gets to be the guy in the building telling the coach how to do his fucking job? That's all I'm saying, John. And to me, if reports came out about his dad threatening Flores.
I agree with you, but at the same time, what I was trying to say was he's part of Tua's team. He heard it through a back channel. I still don't know who the player is, or the person is that told the information. I'm assuming it was a PR guy, that guy that got fired, just based on the fact that he got fired out of nowhere. It was told to Tua that the reason why he was being drug tested every week was because of Brian Flores. And Tua's dad just went off.
Well, I have theories about that too, John. But they're just theories, so I'll keep them to myself for now. I'm still waiting to hear back from some people. But you know, what I can see is in a lot of ways, it wasn't that Flores was a bad coach. It was that he wasn't a nice person. And maybe in some ways it was overkill. And
it's not even about being a nice person, because you can be an asshole, but everybody has to learn to have their limits. And he was abrasive. Look, between you and me, I'm surprised. That just shows how much of a professional Omar Kelly really is, because Omar Kelly said in a past episode that Flores spoke to him in a way where Omar Kelly stopped him and said, "Listen, nobody in the world talks to me like that."
Omar Kelly said that?
Omar Kelly said it. For Omar Kelly to sit down, or these people to sit down.
When did he say that?
In one of his episodes. Go back like 3 episodes.
I'll have to. Yeah. I'm not. Flores, I don't want to defend. I don't want to defend Flores in that way.
Okay.
It's a disrespect.
What day was Flores fired?
I can't remember, buddy.
I know it was a Monday.
Yeah,
it was right after the season.
It was the first. It was Black. It was on Black Monday. So,
okay, if you find out the day, that Wednesday show that he does with X's and Omars.
Yeah,
he's on there with David Hyde, and he says, Flores was an asshole, and he talked to me a certain way, and then Hyde tried to get more detail what happened, and he said, "Listen, I don't want to get into it. I don't want to be part of the story, but he talked to me the way nobody in my family has ever talked to me, basically." And
I get that. And AB, yeah, as a father, or even listen, I'm the kind of guy. I see someone else bullying around somebody, they're gonna either catch these words or they'll catch these hands. That's just how I deal with shit. But and color has made this correlation too, that maybe Flores wanted him to stand up to him. Maybe Flores wanted him to say, "Listen, dude, get off my back or I'm going to get on you right now in front of everybody and beat your ass." Or, I mean, was he trying to draw him into a fight? Something like that. Maybe that's how he would have earned his respect from a hardened neighborhood. Sometimes you got to throw down to become best friends. I'm not saying that's what should have happened. Or
you're coaching an NFL team that really would have.
I know, man. I'm not.
Because
listen, John,
here's the thing, Chris. To add to that, I think the reason I felt like I just want to believe the best in people. And when I saw him walk off the field against the Patriots,
Jerry J
know,
Man has a good thing about what you said, John. Go ahead, Color.
I could see it. To me, the look in Flores' eye was a look of bitterness, like bittersweetness of the fact that it felt like he knew his coaching device finally worked, but yet he knew it cost him his job.
Maybe. I don't know if he's playing 5D chess, brother. But listen, maybe he is. I don't know.
That's what it felt like to me. And even in the press conference after the game, that's what just like
Jerry Jamin says the same Omar Kelly that was sitting next to him in that video said that he talked to him like that. Again.
Yeah, he felt comfortable enough to go back and sit with him in a room again.
There's certain people.
Well, you have to think of it.
And by the way, I want to point something else out. One of the guys that was also sitting in that room was that guy right there.
Yeah, Brandon Marshall.
So, I mean, the man's on my coffee cup. I'm sorry, people. You know what I mean?
Was it Brandon Marshall is a hard ass. You think Brandon Marshall would let Flo talk to him like that? Or Flores, would he even believe he could talk to Brandon Marshall like that? And you know what, John? In some ways, Flores made sure to get those people out. I think it's just a coaching style of Flores. He runs it militant. He wants to make a military-style team. And these guys, as some people in the chat were saying, I forget who said it first, Andreas, they're just soft. And they just – and not that I don't want to say that they're soft because that's not what I mean. But when from that perspective where this isn't the Marines, it will break you and those types of things. And I understand it's not for everybody, and obviously it wasn't for the Dolphins. And they went completely polar opposite in this way because they've gotten a correlation team where it's going to be a multitude of minds, a multitude of people that everyone works together in unison, and it's the right way to do it too. Before you go, John, I see, what was it? Jerry J Man. I don't know if you're new around here, make sure to hit the like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. If you guys are watching on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, make sure
Jerry
to hop over.
Chris, real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Jerry came in over. He's came over from TD's channel. He was in our panel. In my panel tonight on my show. Yeah, appreciate you coming around, Jerry.
Thanks for hopping in, guys. Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel and the networks, guys. Thank you so much. And also, guys, real quick, check out all the other great channels and shows we got going on around here. We got Talk TMI Tuesday live at 9, and then after that, we've got Mike on the Mic with Open Mic. And then tomorrow we got Drop the Mic with Mike on the Mic at 10. Thursdays, you can catch Cash and Tickets with Brandon the Bookie and Big Kev betting show. And then also Thursday nights, you got late night color commentary. You guys can always catch the Fins Tailgate, El Capitan all the time. Donate to the show, guys. The Fins Tailgate at Cash App, and then the Fins Tailgate Venmo. And also, we are partnered with Fanatics.com. If you guys are looking for jerseys, hats, any sports apparel for NBA, NHL, NFL, MLB, soccer, you name it, they've got your sporting goods wear. The link is in the description below. You can find it on the page. It's partner. Just hit the link. It helps out the show.
And Tua jerseys.
Oh, bro, they were giving away that signed Tua card. I don't know if they still have it anymore, but it was like $80 off if you would have hit the link. So, all right, guys. I don't want to harp so much on.
Can I finish what I was saying?
Yes, sorry,
sure,
John. Go ahead, brother. Sorry.
I'm gonna answer Jameson. Listen, man, I know you're from TD's channel. We're cool people, but you need to learn to listen a little bit because the first thing I said was, yeah, the same Omar Kelly who was next to him, but the first thing I said was, it shows Omar Kelly's professionalism.
R. Kelly don't like Flores?
I don't know.
You're going to get a flood of DMs from Omar now. You know that, right?
Omar Kelly showed his professionalism by sitting next to Flores after the way Flores treated him. That just shows Omar Kelly and how he is. You know,
fair point.
These words were not said by me They're not sourced by me. They are on live video. Go look at the Wednesday show after Black Friday, and he had a 3-minute conversation.
Well, to be fair, John, most people in these parts haven't ever been spoke to the way people from Massachusetts speak to people, man. Let me just be fair there.
I agree, but what I'm saying is he's there saying, "Oh, that's Omar Kelly." He's basically saying, if it was so egregious, how could he sit next to him and do an interview? And at the end of the day, you got to be professional. You know, if they tell you to do something,
fair point.
You do it.
Has who played contact sports, AB? And I'm guessing that was sports, not slorts. Oh, yeah, look, there you go. You got sports. Me? Yeah, I played contact.
Slorts.
That's all I ever played was contact sports. I only played a little bit of baseball when I was younger, but it was just wrestling, football, boxing. That was my deal.
I majored in Jello wrestling with women.
Oh, what? Word up. So, getting on to easier to talk about subject. The coaching hires have been pretty good, guys. I'm pretty excited. I like the staff being assembled. I know everyone wants to give all the credit to Mike McDaniel. I'll give him some of the credit. I accredit more of it to Chris Greer. Probably now that Flores is out of the building, Chris Greer got a guy in that he knew Mike McDaniel would need help filling out the coaching staff, and he knew and McDaniel was really a great correlator and works well with people and would work well with Flores, or excuse me, with Chris Greer. So we've got Frank Smith, we've got Matt Applebaum as our offensive line, Darren Bevel as the pass game coordinator, John Embry, he's assistant head coach, tight ends coach, Josh Grizzlard is the quality control. But all these hires up and down, everything like that. But the big name that we got today, going along with Sam Madison, is Patrick Surtain. And I've went ahead and uploaded a little bit of Patrick Surtain's highlight video for everybody, an old school highlight video real quick. So let's watch that real quick, get hype real quick. You know what I'm saying?
And with the Ben's 44th
God, them uniforms look so good.
NFL draft out of Sunday.
Miami and the Dolphins, the greatest football team. We take the ball from goal to goal like no one's a mercy. We're in the air, we're on the ground. We're always in control. And when you
give me that ball.
You're talking Super Bowl with us. Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins number one. We're the Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins number one. And when you say Miami, you're talking Super Bowl with us. Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins number one. We're the Miami Dolphins. Miami.
Beautiful, man. God, I love that. God, man. Hey, and God, them uniforms. Oh, you gotta love them uniforms, man.
Bro, fire. I got a tweet of those uniforms going right now where I said who's ready to get the old uniforms back, something like that. It's going on,
especially the ones that have the orange stripe down the pants, dude, like all white with orange down the pants, bro. Oh yeah,
that's
so
like
nice.
That's why I'm wearing my orange right now. Need to put some of that orange back in our lives. So I mean, listen, Gerald Alexander, I wanted him to maybe become our defensive coordinator. Obviously, as guys are saying, he's a flow detractor. He might be the witness around there. Who knows? But replacing him with Pat Surtain and Sam Madison got my
and don't worry, AB. And real quick, don't worry, AB. I think they're already having dinner together regularly, to be honest with you. Phillips and Jason Taylor.
You know, they do the high school coaching. Jason does, and I mean, listen, bring all of them back. To hell with it. Bring every single guy back that's willing to come to the team.
I mean, I think he's already been mentoring him on the side, to be honest with you.
God, I hope so, bro.
I thought I heard rumors of that somewhere, but I can't confirm that. I have to go back in my archives.
That would be awesome, man, to find that out. So also another thing that was announced today, Dolphins signed ex fullback / tight end from the Packers and Chiefs, John Lovett. So it's not like it's a knock out of the park kind of signing, but it is scheme specific that we're going to use a power running game. I just want to explain how this works, guys. It's zone blocking. So what that means is that if the play's going to the left, the entire line moves to the left. And so it's kind of like taking a wall and moving it there. And how that works is once you're running it down their throat, the running back picks a hole, whichever one's open. Hopefully either the tight end can leak out in front and get across the field on the backside and hit the linebacker that's got duties with the running back at that time. And while everyone's moving left, he comes back across, goes right, and then the running back can pop through the line and get to the second level and this type of stuff. That's how it works. And then now once this is moving and they're going left, they're going right, then it's like, oh, we're all going left, but the play's actually going right. It's a misdirection thing. It's a sideline.
Yes. And matter of fact, I mean, again, this is what the point I was making earlier in my show tonight on TD's channel is that.
Shout out TD.
Yep. Thanks, TD. And the point I was making was this: the person that had written me the comment had mentioned that this offensive scheme we're about to run is some thing that's isn't being taught anywhere or coached anywhere. And I'm just like, no, that's just not true.
No.
This zone blocking scheme is what destroyed us in the playoffs every year against Buffalo. You know, you could call it a counter trap scheme because what happens when that whole wall moves to the right, you know, let's say on the strong side or the weak or even the weak side, what happens is the running back has a lot of time to decide, oh my gosh, look at that backside open up like a freaking C, and he can cut back and basically, you know, run it right up the gut of the defense while everybody's over, you know, following this wall. It's a basic counter trap offense, and Thurman Thomas used to run it brilliantly.
The best zone blocking scheme we've seen in the last few years was the Steelers when they had the
Le'Veon
Bell and Antonio Brown, because Antonio Brown was the misdirection guy.
Yeah,
would cut back and forth, and then Le'Veon Bell could be that patient running back.
Right. And Chris, in their case, they ran a lot less counter trap though. They would run the zone block and then just let Le'Veon Bell tiptoe until he found a hole to blaze right through. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Kashawn.
Then he's a big enough runner at the time to do it.
Hit the like button. If you're watching, please help the show. Hit the like button. If you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel. If you're watching it on other platforms like Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook, please come over, subscribe, hit the like button, go back and watch it over there. We need to get more subscribers to try to take this to the next level, guys. Continue, Color. Sorry, buddy.
No problem. I was just saying that's what, you know, Le'Veon Bell at the time.
He's a fan of the Steelers, so
right, cool.
Bills. Yep,
yeah, well, I was going to say he was big enough at the time when he was with the Steelers that he could tiptoe like that, and when that zone opened up a hole, he could just pick it
and just burst right through the hole. And I mean, that blocking scheme with young, healthy offensive linemen, which we have a bunch of young guys, it's just Now,
I'm sure. Innovative was if that person was referring to Mike McDaniel finding other ways to scheme that and run plays out of that nobody's ever run. I mean, again, I go back to there's only so many ways to run something on a geometrically on a field that has a finite width and length. You know what I mean? It's still just football. You know, it's nothing really new in football.
I mean, there's only you can only
you still have
reinvent
to
the
line
wheel.
up and bust the team in front of you in the mouth. You know,
There's only so many ways you can reinvent the wheel of football. There's rules. You got to have so many people on the line, so many people with their hand down. Only so many people can go in motion.
yeah, Lucky. Oh yeah, and Thurman Thomas allowed them because of his cutbacks and because of his cutback ability. They could run that counter trap where they'd move the entire defense to one side of the field and he'd just run right up the weak side. Yeah,
he had such a wide stride that he could be in a full run and then put his plant foot in the ground and take one step and be taken off the other direction.
Yep. And then once they
really good,
and then once they did that, you know, they had everybody either double covering Reed or double covering Lofton that they could send Thurman on the wheel 9 route right up the line and just throw a bomb to Thurman. And he was such a good gifted catcher too. That
Q,
you know,
I don't think
it was just unstoppable.
I don't think Bell's an option anymore. He's I think he's moved on from football as far as how he wants to play football. You know what I'm saying? Now, if he thought we were going to run to the Super Bowl, then maybe, yeah.
And I believe also real quick,
thanks, Alec. Appreciate
John,
it, brother.
Yep, and John Fernandez says, shit, those Bills teams were good. Yeah, and I believe that's why Marv Levy's in the Hall of Fame.
Put the ridiculous hat on to go with the suit.
But, you know, I don't want to reminisce about great Bills teams that kept Dan Marino from getting a Super Bowl ring so many times.
Bro.
So we'll let that alone.
I've got Thurman Thomas and Jim Kelly rookie cards that I got put together.
Hey,
I've had them for a long time.
the one bright side you could say is that Jim Kelly was a Miami Hurricane. So go Canes. I told you they produce champions.
Yeah, that's
some of them can only be AFC conference champions, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, but yeah, there's some good coaches being hired. Again, some of them I would definitely give credit to, like Embry. I give credit to Mike McDaniel. You know, Wes Welker, I give credit. But like Studsville, he was still here, and Studsville's been with the team quite a while now, guys. He's been through quite a bit.
I'm sorry, Chris. Tebow was just to let Q know, Tebow was a Gator.
Yes, he was. Tebow was a Gator. But there's also, from what I can see,
Q, you didn't know he was a Gator? That guy has a speech and a plaque on the somewhere on the campus.
He knew he was a Gator.
I was gonna say.
No, I think Q was asking.
Even God knows. That's what I'm saying. I can't believe Q didn't know.
Well,
even
I mean,
Jesus
is kind of far away from Florida.
I do like the Danny Crossman hire, bringing back Danny Crossman. Q. I think that's a good hire as well. Look, guys, good coaching staff they've put together all the way around. The only one I have reservations about the most is Boyer. I have the most reservations about Boyer personally. I just got to see.
But see, that's why I bring up Drubatron here, because he makes a great point about that, and it kind of is a little encouraging. Number one, the continuity, and number two, the idea that he could have been calling the right plays the whole time and was just you know.
What it was not. No, I don't think so.
Anyway, Aqua, real quick, Aqua. Yeah, I thought Gino Toretto was going to be good too, man. He was solid in college, but there again, this is what we keep talking about when it comes to the transition between college and the NFL. I mean, Steve Walsh, same thing. Now, very few quarterbacks were like Testaverde or Kozar, where they actually had some decent success. You know, for the most part, Jim Kelly, Vinny Testaverde, and Bernie Kosar. Those are really the only ones that had any kind of real potential for Super Bowl success. Jim Kelly being the best, probably. Although Kosar, I mean, he was responsible for those great games between Cleveland and Denver, those couple years in the playoffs that came down to the wire. You know, so one of them was Cleveland lost because their running back fumbled the ball. So it wasn't like Kosar couldn't have very well been in the Super Bowl. And Denver went on to lose that Super Bowl 55-10. So it's not like, I think it was Denver, right? 55-10 against San Francisco.
I think it was something like that.
In Joe Robbie Stadium. Could have been Cincinnati, but I think it was Denver.
What year was it?
90, 91, 90, 91. So the Browns and the Broncos came down to the AFC Championship game one year, and the other one, the Broncos won the wire and went to the Super Bowl and lost to the 49ers 55-10. If I'm not mistaken.
I'd have to.
But either case, just to say that Bernie Kosar was just as close as anybody else to getting to the Super Bowl.
I have.
And again, that hammers home our point. You can be Bernie Kosar and still not get there.
It was the AFC Championship game. It was the Niners and the and Bernie
and
Kosar
the Broncos.
And the Browns.
No, right. It was Elway and the Browns. Elway versus Kosar in the championship game, and Elway went to the Super Bowl and lost to the 49ers 55-10. I believe in Joe Robbie Stadium. I could be wrong about the venue.
I don't know. Okay, I don't know. Well,
but either case, it just goes to show you.
I'm going to drop the link, guys. Anybody in chat want to hop in here?
Honestly, Chris, I think Bernie Kosar was like the Ryan Tannehill of his time.
That's not good. That's, because he throws it the same way, too.
And he was a good quarterback. I've never been one to say Tannehill's a trash quarterback. He's just got this certain limitation.
Yeah, but I've seen Bernie Kosar.
And he's proven over the years he's never going to get over that limitation. You know what I mean?
But I've seen Bernie Kosar actually have to throw the football and win the game.
Sure.
Where
But
Tannehill, if it's the fourth quarter
I've seen
and you're
a
going
few.
in and you're down 2 scores and Tannehill's got to
I mean, there was a few
win the game.
when he went on that run. When he went on that run to qualify us, when he went on that run to qualify us for the playoffs before he got injured, when Matt Moore took over, there was a couple games where he took it on himself and threw.
Yeah, but we're talking playoff games.
Oh, I know, but we never got to know.
But that's my point. I need real.
I'm not trying. Right,
measure.
I'm not trying to. No, you're Christian. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to defend Tannehill. I'm just trying to say.
I'm saying we can okay, if you beat a team that's all riddled with COVID and injury, and you destroy them with your arm, that don't impress me. You know what I'm saying? What's up, CT?
Well, it's just like I don't hold water to the 45 points or 47 or whatever it was that Pittsburgh put on us that day. Some of that is because of Matt Moore.
True that. What's going on, CT?
What's good, guys? Great show as always.
Big Joe, how you doing, man?
Good. What's going on? Sorry, I'm just dealing with some baby stuff.
Oh,
and the baby threw up in her bed, so I had to try to not throw up while cleaning it out.
What up, Chris? How'd you do with the 5 kids? Bring spanked them on sleep?
Nah, the baby threw up in the bed, man. I had to go in there and do the whole throw it in the shower, try not to throw up myself. I was like, oh, God, this is disgusting.
Oh, man.
I had to dry heave a few times, snot running out my nose.
I tend to agree with Aqua that Tannehill carried the team when Henry was out. Yeah, I suppose so. But remember, that guy they got behind him is, the guy they got behind Henry is like Barry Word to Christian Okoye. You know what I mean? He's not much smaller. He's the next powerhouse coming right behind Henry.
I agree, but I think that the Titans had, a pretty respectable line. Granted, they did have an injury at their starting guard, I believe, while they played us, but they still have a pretty darn good offensive line.
What's going on, Wicked? How you been, buddy?
Hey,
what's happening, guys?
right now.
Been a couple days.
You guys hear that noise?
No.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What'd you say, Big John? What noise?
Yeah, somebody was packing cigarettes. I heard them. I don't know.
Oh, no, that was me putting my beer down on the table.
Oh, you listen, man. We've had.
He said, "Hold on, I'm about to get in it."
How's it going, Sharif?
What's up, Sharif?
What's good? Fins up, man. Just to quickly, I don't know if everyone was listening at the beginning, but I agree with John. You know, look, the thing is, John, right? Everything's out there. They didn't have to lawyer up. The NFL didn't have to backtrack 60 different times. Nobody had to do a damn thing. But Flores already had receipts. So it doesn't really matter who lies and who brings out the trash now, John. It really doesn't. What really matters is a cloud gets off of this team. And you know who I mean. So if that cloud could remove itself off of this team, that's what really matters to me as a Dolphin fan, for Tua, for the best, for Gesicki, for everyone. Unless that cloud is not removed, Big John, we still have a cloud. So Flores can make the chandelier look good, and Tua could also make it look good. I don't give a damn. If this cloud is still on this team, nobody wins.
Hey, bro,
Never.
I've been
I don't
saying
know.
from everybody here that knows me has been seeing me write it. Mickey Harrison's Dolphins 2022, bro, and I'm gonna beat the drum. I don't care if I have to. I don't care if I got to do it in the background like Chris knows and make it happen somehow, bro.
Oh God, don't do that.
See, but Big John, what you said is very good, but they're gonna spin the narrative and say, no, he's lying, and we don't care about he's lying. What about the people who didn't have the lawyer up? That means there's receipts to be coming, and more will come. So we were. Some people were afraid of this happening, you know, Big John. They were afraid of their boy Ross going down.
Well, Sharif, I would say this. Flores is the only one willingly and actively putting himself in the public eye as and listen, he's only just begun as far as I can tell. He'll be on, you know, Ellen here in a couple weeks if you don't look out. So that's the shit.
Real quick. Aqua, absolutely. The Atwater hit on Okoye.
Yes.
That hit is known to be the hit that finally got to Okoye's head, and he was never the same again after that hit.
Listen,
literally ended his career.
I got a Steve Atwater card I'm going to be giving away on the show here in a few weeks, bro. Wait till you guys.
Atwater was an absolute
monster, bro.
Can I say something real quick?
What's up?
Let me say, hey, Chris.
What's up?
I was telling them the other day that the moment Brian Flores got fired, you called me. What did I tell you 2 months before? Didn't I tell you I was going to get rid of Brian Flores, Chris?
Yeah, you did. Can you get rid of?
So
can you make that magic work for a Super Bowl, bro? Can that happen? Because I mean, if I gotta throw some money on that, I got that. Now.
Listen, y'all be joking around. You can ask Chris. I told Chris, hey, Chris. He goes, well, I said, I'm going to get rid of him. He goes, nah, bro. I swear to God, ask Chris.
I'll donate this.
No. Look, there's the doll right there, Big John.
Chris got the voodoo doll out.
It's called the Damn It doll. It's called the Damn It doll. And you're supposed to have it like,
damn it. Like, damn it. Like voodoo. Like, damn it.
Chris, you need to put some money on that or write down Dolphins Super Bowl and pin it to it.
Ladies Cuban, I'll have her go out here and, you know, get it down. Listen, guys, Q's got a question for the panel. And I'm gonna start with CT on this, and I'll
love the question.
Out. He says, Chris, I just want to know. I've asked from other panels, blah blah blah. Is Watson elite? CT, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I think he's an elite quarterback. I mean, that's the simple answer to that. Yes. I'm not going to give the abridged. So.
All right. Sharif,
fair enough,
buddy.
Hey, about the question?
Yeah.
What was the question again?
Is Watson elite?
Doesn't say is he worth this or that. It just simply asks, is he elite?
Yeah, there's 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. We had a big discussion on this a couple of months back. There's only 5 of them, dude, who are elite.
Okay, fair enough. Who's next?
Wicked.
Elite talent, but not elite. Elite
fair
talent,
enough.
But not elite.
Fair enough.
Would you say then, to push a little further, is elite talent enough to be elite?
Well, real quick, Chris, I wanted to say that
Okay, I like
my,
that.
my answer was going to be along those lines. Like, just to first of all, let's define whether accomplishment is required to be elite, because obviously, no, he hasn't accomplished any championships or anything like that. So we couldn't say elite. But is the talent there? It's like saying, is somebody a Hall of Fame talent that may or may not ever play enough to be in the Hall of Fame, but we know is Hall of Fame talent? Well, yes, absolutely. I think that Desean Watson has the potential to be one of the greatest QBs to ever step foot on the field.
Kohler, to piggyback
yes
on
or
that,
no?
you look at Marino.
Yes. Well, I'm sorry, Wicked.
No, I said Kohler, to piggyback on what you just said. Marino was an elite talent, but when you put everything together, he never, he never had enough to win the big game.
It can
Right. So and that's what the reason I said all that was in the paradigm of yes or no question.
Yep.
With no stipulations, then yes, he's absolutely elite.
So I'll go next. Alida, I wouldn't say Allen is elite, but he's still young, and right now everything he has a lot of elite qualities with arm strength and stuff like that. Whether he'll be an elite quarterback, time will tell. I say, I'll start it with this. I think Watson is head and shoulders above Allen, and I'll give a little bit context to my answer, but I would say yes, Desean Watson is elite. When I look at him, I see a guy who is Patrick Mahomes good. That's what I see. I see a guy that early in his career out of college, it was all on ability and all on him just living and dying by the sword, trying to do too much at times. Sometimes it costing him games, sometimes him winning games because he's an elite talent. The year that they flushed out all of what they had on offense and defense and the team was purged, for lack of a better term, I saw a guy who ran a system elitely as a quarterback would to get the numbers he did. And then at times he used his athleticism to do everything he could to win football games. So to me, that guy just needs a defense, or that guy, you give him everything and you're guaranteed great wins. That's just what I see. I see an elite quarterback that can function not just with elite talent, but an elite in a system. And if you gave him an elite system,
you're still referring to Josh Allen?
No, I'm talking to Watson.
Oh,
Watson.
okay.
Watson is
because we were throwing up multiple names there.
Right.
See, I don't consider Allen elite yet.
No, I don't consider Allen.
I didn't at first, and I probably still don't. But the way he elevated Gabriel Davis that game, man, that's an elite trait. I can at least give him that.
But Kohler, let me ask you this question: with that game, because I watched it with my kids, with Son of Wicked, and
Son of Wicked, nice.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, Son of Wicked is a gamer. He's a 4-year starter, not only both ways, but special teams. No, I'm telling you.
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to block a user.
He blocked.
He was blocking someone. Okay. No, so
Mark came in saying Allen is elite, and Chris blocked the comment.
I didn't mean to. I'm trying to undo it right now.
So my boy,
something else.
Sorry, go ahead.
He's played with NFL players. All right, so. And in the 4 years he was balling out in school, that kid learned 4 different offenses and 4 different defenses and was a captain. So I will defer to some of his knowledge and criticism. But when we look at some of these NFL guys, specifically the question with Allen, was that a scheme thing? Because we knew that the other receivers were going to be taken away, in that game. So and look, I don't want to take anything away from that receiver.
Can I just answer that real quick? Can I answer that real quick? Okay, so when typically, and this is sometimes somewhat coming with a fantasy, a daily fantasy perspective, just a smidgen, okay.
Normally,
normally what we see for a breakout star performance from a WR2 like that, or even a WR3, whatever you want to call him, usually what we'll see with a slate breaker like that is, let's say, maybe 150, 175 yards and like 2 touchdowns, right? When you're talking about 4 touchdowns with 8 receptions for 201 yards, that, do the math. That is 25 yards per reception. And what I'm saying to you is that somebody has to throw those 25 yards.
No, I'm there. Now, okay, but there were a couple of those throws where the corner or the safety like fell on their ass.
Well, yeah, but there was the last one. There was 3 of them that fell on their ass, and he put the ball right through the middle of 3 of them.
Now,
can I tap in? I just want to say, right, in terms of, see, because we're always going to have a stipulation for Hall of Fame, right? And my thing is, we go back the old way. You look on, your eyes tell you who belongs in the Hall of Fame. And we can go up and down, but I would just say it's 4. One of them are just retired. All right, it's Desean Watson, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes. I'm not putting Josh Allen in there. I'm sorry. You want to pick another person to put as number 4? Go ahead.
Okay, and that's fair. What I was just saying is the stuff that I'm describing right now are what we would consider elite traits. Now, if we were to start seeing that, like, just every year consistently, I'll point to the Jacksonville game 9-6. I mean, no, an elite quarterback doesn't have games like that. Let's be honest. Maybe I'm wrong, but
look, even elite quarterbacks have an off day every day.
I would agree with that.
Wait a minute. The last game of their career, 62-7. That's the last game of a 17-year career.
Big John, what's your thoughts on Watson? We didn't hear you yet.
Well, letting everybody talk, man. I do plenty of talking for everybody.
I don't know about Wilson. Go ahead, Big John. Sorry.
I think that I would say he's an elite talent, but I don't think he's elite yet. I still want to see him do it a couple of years.
That's that. Yeah.
We still want to see Aaron Rodgers do it. If that's the case.
Well, no, that's man. Aaron Rodgers.
He's already won
MVP. He just won MVP.
Sharif, and this is not meant to be threatening towards you or nothing. I'm just saying that Aaron Rodgers could literally, like, stop you from talking again with the football. Like, from like 40 yards. He could literally put the ball right in your mouth, man. You know what I mean?
But color, his underachievements in Super Bowls or getting there could leave him to a second round of Hall of Fame instead of the first round.
Hall of Fame different from elite. We're speaking of elite, and I'm hard pressed to find many other quarterbacks that rival Dan Marino the way Aaron Rodgers does with his arm.
Over Allen, just by career and everything up to this point. I still see like Allen get worried on the field at times. I see like lost in there.
Chris, I think that part of that is youth.
Nah, I think maybe, but
I think I really think
youth, I mean youth in the league.
Well, Allen may be on a trajectory like John Elway, where we kind of know he is, but he's not really going to prove it till later in his career.
That's
you know
possible.
what I mean?
Yeah, but even John Elway, at least I don't know. Like for me, a quarterback that has arm talent like that should have arrogance to not look worried like that.
Well, I don't know.
How many guys have that kind of arm talent?
But Allen does have sort of an arrogance to him. You know what I mean?
He does, but
that's why I don't like the guy.
Yeah, but then you should have.
I don't like him because he plays for the Bills.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It'd be one thing if he was arrogant on our team, but he's not.
That'd be totally different. I'd be saying you should put him in the Hall of Fame now if he was on the Fins.
His arrogance is a good trait. I just don't like it as long as it's on another team.
Yeah, but that's why I try to stay objective. Like, you need your quarterback to think give me the football because I'm gonna try to win this football game. That's what I like, man. What's up, MC? What's going on, my brother?
Bow, 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 bow. What's up?
Mr. 305, huh? Hey, Big John, you gonna let him get away with that?
Wow.
Wow.
Big John's like, whatever. Everybody thinks they're Mr. 305, but we all know what the score is.
I should have changed my name to Mr. Miami Dolphin.
Oh my God.
I don't know. I think that name's taken.
If you guys want to know why I'm being quiet, I have a 2-year-old who's dying to get on the panel again. I'm trying to put it to sleep.
Open up another screen. I'll put her on another screen right now.
Put her on the screen, Big John.
You're gonna tell y'all how these Dolphins be.
Listen, ask Chris, bro. My daughter, he's heard her running wild at 3 a.m. on my phone. If I bring her up, I'm never gonna go to sleep. That is not happening.
Look, I'm going to tell you guys right now, I had to move 3 rooms because my boys are gaming right now. And I didn't want you guys to have to suffer with the F-bombs being dropped.
Well, there was a lot of them yesterday for me and Mike.
Yeah, I'm not a big gamer myself, man. I ain't got time for it, bro.
Oh, come on, bro.
I just don't. I don't play video games. I didn't really play too much video games most of my life. I'm too busy doing shit. Got to be honest, bro. I wish I had more time to play them. I have taken time to play games like BioShock and shit like that. I have.
What is that?
But
I try to get on now, but they laugh at me. So
it's just no. Listen, I'm good at playing video games. You want to play me in a video game? I'll beat you in Madden. And I'll end up beating your ass because I'm pretty good at everything. But
I don't play games, but I'll beat your ass. Okay.
That's right. That's how it works. That's how it works.
Let me ask you a question because I play games, but I'm not really. The funny thing is, I'm not really a Madden guy, and I can play it. Like I've told DM, whenever you want to get it on, bro, we can do this. But have any of you ever played DC Online?
No.
It's an MMO. You basically can make your own character, like your own version of Batman or Superman. You can make them whatever.
Is that on
you want.
PlayStation?
Yeah,
I've heard of
and
that.
I've been playing that game for 12 years, and they always come out with new stuff, right? And I just looked up and saw how much I've spent in the 12 years because you have to pay to have a subscription and all this shit.
Yeah,
bro, I could have bought a house, bro. I wanted to die.
John, first rule of gaming. First rule of gaming: never look up how much time or money you've spent.
No, wait. That's the one that hurt. But I was doing it when I would have a surgery and I was off my feet for 8 months or whatever the case is. So you know what I'm saying? You don't got nothing to do. You can only watch so much Netflix. So I would play, and I ended up looking. I looked at how much money I spent, and I wanted to shoot myself. And then I ended up looking in the last 11 years how much time I spent on the shit. And I was like, God damn.
You could have gotten a PhD, right?
That's like Big John knows.
Hunger with the time you freaking spent on that. Thanks a lot.
It's like Big John.
V-Bucks.
Well, see, that's kind of my point, guys. Like, I've never really. Todd, real quick, while you're in there, Monday the card's being sent out. Monday. Would have got sent out sooner, but my van broke down, so I've been having to use my wife's car.
Yeah, make sure you let Todd know that we had to go through 3 drafts for him to get the
Does
car.
he even know?
Yeah, Todd knows. I've gotten in touch with him.
Okay.
Real quick.
CT helped me out with that. Appreciate you, CT.
Chris, cool. If you ask CT, I sent him a picture of my character on DCUO. Chris was like, "Yo, that nigga's lit, dude."
Yeah.
Yeah, my son is a huge DC fan. My 17-year-old, and he was like, "That bitch is bad." And I was like, "Watch your mouth, boy. Watch your fucking mouth."
My tune is crazy, bro.
I said, "Watch your fucking mouth, boy."
You know, I've like I said, I've played plenty of video games. I just don't play them too much. You know what? When the last time I really like delved in to a game was on, I think it was on Xbox. It was BioShock 2. Badass game. But when you're freaking when I'm sleeping and in the middle of the night, I'm having a dream about the game. I'm like, the hell with this. I ain't dreaming about video games. I ain't dreaming about video games. I don't need all that, bro. I got enough problems in my life to worry about video games, dude. I just can't, man. I just can't.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Kind of time. And you know what? If I ever turn this channel into a full-time gig and don't have to do my day job and make this my day job, I will play video games and do like the whole thing. I do have a Twitch account, so I did plan on that being something one day, because just video games, dude, thumbs and muscle memory and movement. Like, how it's not that hard, you know what I'm saying?
Chris,
so,
you know who's good with gaming?
Do you guys all remember the Nintendo thumbs?
What do we remember? What?
The Nintendo thumbs, like you were playing for so. I say Nintendo because that was the game, you know, the console that was PlayStation thumbs or something. You're playing for so long that all of a sudden you get off and you're sitting there and you're like, damn, I got calluses and my thumbs are sore. What the hell?
Why do you all think I don't play now?
Can I tell you guys a story?
What's up, Sharif?
So I heard this. It was an article about this game called Candy Crush. And I got sucked into this. I got sucked in before. Here's this kid.
Everybody on this panel can lie all they want. All of them got sucked into it.
This kid.
No, I didn't.
You can say whatever you want.
No. CT, I got sucked into a different one, but not Candy Crush.
Not Candy Crush. I got sucked into something else, and I'll let you know at the end. But real quick, this kid is a Python coder, so he made upwards of 140 grand a year. His mom had to take his tablet from him because everything was going into Candy Crush, dude.
Oh my god,
everything.
Yeah,
what sucked me in is watching Game of Thrones, and then they came out with a game. And I spent upwards of like $5,000 on Game of Thrones.
Wow, you played that Telltale? The Telltale version of Game of Thrones?
Never watched. I've never seen anything more than a little bit of
I
Game
know
of
you
Thrones.
told us.
Never played anything more than a little bit of Candy Crush, because I'm telling you, anytime everyone's all about something, I'm like, I'm not touching it for that exact
That's
reason.
because you saw the episode on Star Trek called The Game.
Oh no, I don't know if I did see
color in the Star Trek
references. I'm just being real. Like anything.
Like the whole crew was being brainwashed by this game that Riker brought back from Ryza.
Yeah, Call of Duty Warzone is the best game out right now.
It's kind of that. Like I
disagree.
I just go against the grain, dog. It's just
Apex.
how I work.
Apex.
I'm the same way, Chris. For me, it's like, especially when it comes to Madden. Like, I got so many of my athletes that go, oh, come on, play with me, play with me, come on. And I play occasionally, but my kids play on it more than I do. And I'll play once and again because it's in the house and I'm in the man cave. I'm trying to, but I'll go in and I'll play these guys, and these guys got all day, bro. And they play this game 24/7. They got money. They spending thousands on Madden cards and whatever. I was like, I'm not about that. I'm not about that.
No, CT, you right about that though. Like people will die, like, especially when they play Ultimate Team. People would just pay thousands and thousands of dollars just to get one fucking player.
Bro, not only that, but like, look at, it's not just the money and time, but here it is. First of all, none of it has real world implications, yet people allow their emotions to get so overwhelmed. They look at my son. He plays Fortnite. He's 9 years old. He gets all crazy when it's not going his way on Fortnite and stuff like that, and he loses his temper. And I'm like, bro, you that game is controlling you. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, you don't have self-control, so you've lost your control of yourself because of that game. So that's it controlling you. That's just how I perceive things.
So, CT, can you confirm or deny that one of these players is Devontae Parker?
Man.
Say that one more time.
I said, can you confirm or deny that one of these players is Devontae Parker?
Denied.
Almost like the fresh and fit when the guys called out the girl and he said, "I'm not gonna say any names, but she's here and she's sitting on the side of Fresh."
Hey, so earlier today, like my boys, right, son of Wicked and little son of Wicked, are sitting there and they're playing FIFA, right?
Gotcha.
And I'm like, and they I can't even tell you how crazy it is, because like this damn soccer game, they go back and forth, and I'm like, it boggles my mind. But
Guys, do you hear that?
Hear what?
Oh, look at it. Oh, the baby. Hey, put the camera down a little bit. We can't see her big time. Look at the baby.
The baby.
Hey,
Hi, sweetie.
Monkey.
Little
Hi,
dolphin.
monkey. Hold on, guys. Let me
We need a baby pause.
Hi, uncles.
Get those
Hold on.
scallywags out
Put
of
her
here.
on. Put
Yo,
her
what the
on.
fuck is that?
Hold on, let's go.
That's a triple decker.
Hi, sweetie. What do you got there? What do you got there?
Hi, uncles.
There you go.
Oh, she's
So
on
beautiful.
now.
So beautiful, big John. Love it.
Look at that hair.
Hey
Oh, my
man,
God.
I saw
I know.
Dudley do
What's
wrong.
going on, MC? You got a werewolf out there or something?
You heard that too?
I did hear something, bro. I heard something howling.
That's
It's the same squinch. It's the same squinch.
It's a Sam Squinch?
Yes.
Oh, shit, bro.
Wait, you
I
guys
was
got weird
watching
stuff out there in Florida
Sneaky
near the
little
swamps.
bastard.
I'm not even in Florida. I'm in Georgia.
Okay, Georgia.
Hey,
We're
Sam
in Georgia.
Squinch is there, bro. That's actually a skunk ape there, bro.
I was watching
no
Trailer Park
Bigfoots around
Boys out
here,
of the
man.
park the other day, man, and that shit had me dying, bro.
Oh, bro, dude.
By the way,
are you a
I had
subscriber
to
to
rewatch
TFTG?
it.
Are you
I
a
had to
subscriber to the app?
when you make a late
Yeah,
night
I
peanut
actually
butter and
do
jelly
pay my
sandwich,
$5.99
look,
for SwearNet.
look,
Yes,
when
I
you
do
make
pay
when
my
you make look,
$5.99
look,
for SwearNet.
look, when you make a late night peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you do a triple decker.
Cool.
That's how it's done right there.
You gotta toast them.
Captain.
You gotta toast them, bro.
I was just
Yeah.
getting ready to say the same thing, CT. Why is
I
that
know
toast?
toaster's not functional
That's
right
because
now.
Ricky used to do it too. He used to
That's
toast
right.
the thing and then he put the peanut butter in it and then tried to smush it and shove it in
How
the toaster.
funny is
Until that shit
shows.
caught on fire like an
That's
idiot.
it caught on fire. Exactly.
Yeah,
How funny are the shows? How funny are the shows that is like Ricky getting learnt with Ricky on SwearNet?
Oh, I
and stuff
love
like
that. Oh my God.
God, dude, getting learnt with Ricky is hilarious. And then the other
Every
one
time
is,
Bubbles comes in as the fire and safety inspector,
yeah, I know.
Hey,
And
Captain.
he's like, "That's not safe, Ricky." He's like, "No, nothing's gonna happen until the shit
it's so funny
explodes."
because like Ricky will fix shit around there. He'll just duct tape it all down. It's so funny. He don't clean it. The studio looks just wrecked more and more every time. Man,
Oh
guys,
my
Trailer Park
God.
Boys, holler Trailer Park Boys. Man, I'll tell you
Hey,
what, that
Captain.
would be really great to get those guys on the show. What's up, Sharif?
SwearNet, man, it's only $4.99 a month, man, and you got
For
about
every
6 months
dime,
worth of
dude.
content, man.
Chris, you my mic real quick.
I was
Okay.
saying the next gift that you have, Captain,
Yeah.
should be a Dolphins onesie, man. I saw Dudley have one for his kid.
Ooh, I bet
All
you
the
Fanatics.
Dolphins are making babies, man. We need the
Sharif,
onesie for a
you know
gift.
what? You know
Yeah,
what,
my
Sharif?
daughter
And
has
you
one
can
too.
find-
I have to get
A
him one.
Dolphins onesie.
Oh yeah,
We
and you
have a
know what?
onesie behind center.
Yeah.
She gotta have the little cheerleader outfit, the little Dolphins cheerleader outfit.
You know what though? You can find all that great apparel on fanatics.com. Guys, link is in the description below. You can get onesies, you can get jerseys, you can get hats, you can get anything you want for any sport you want. Fanatics. Click on the link. Boom. What about that, boys? Promo slip
There you go,
right in
leading
there.
into
Guys,
the
Nice
leading
out
in.
too.
We get a discount.
And two
Yeah,
jerseys.
yeah. You hit on there right now. You can get a discount on right now. What's on sale is the hoodies. There was a link in the description the other day for the Tua signed Tua card. And it was like a piece of the jersey and stuff like that. But that's probably gone now. You guys done missed it.
They're great prices though. I did check it out. They're great prices, man.
Fire prices. Fire.
They're at least 20-25% lower than the NFL shop.
Way lower, bro. Way lower. I can't wait till I can get them as sponsorship, so then we can get like a promo code to put with them too. So even those low prices, you can get them even lower. So, All right, guys. So probably right around the time in which it came out that Flores said, hey, I was offered money to lose games. Shortly after that, I made the correlation that, how it's going to come out is, and this will tell me how damning it was too, that if Stephen Ross says, oh, well, I was just joking, that's pretty damning, because now he's basically admitting to saying it, but now we have to just believe that the context in which he said it was in a joking manner, which billionaire offers you $100 million or $100,000 a game to lose. It kind of puts a stain on it. So Color, I asked him to see if he could find a clip for it, and he did. Just a couple more days, because now the story's coming out that Stephen Ross meant it in a joking manner. So I'm gonna play this clip. Color put the clip together for me. Let me go ahead and put that bad boy on there, Color. So if you guys could mute your mics.
Color Productions.
Color Productions.
With regards to the allegations being made by Brian Flores, I am a man of honor and integrity, and I could not let them stand without responding, Ross said in a statement about these allegations. So Ross vehemently is denying these. Of course, why would he just go, oh, yeah, you know what, you caught me? But now we have swirlings of something I speculated a couple days ago, kind of where it would go, that, oh, no, it was a joke when I said it to you. It wasn't serious. That's how I would play it. Like, oh, I was just kidding, That's how anyone would do something like that. I mean, I'm sure it was kind of one of those things where you're like, oh, man, if you lose a couple more and give me that first overall pick, I'll give you $100,000 for every one you lose. He meant it, but said it in the company of to make it known that it was a party horror kind of thing.
I'm already starting to get the sense that Ross is going to try to claim he was joking. I don't understand what the joke would be. I don't know where the punchline would reside. I know comedy is hard, but I just don't get it. And it would be along the lines of getting on an airplane and joking about having a bomb in your carry-on, I think. It's just something the NFL doesn't want people joking about. They don't want to legitimize the tanking reality, the tanking temptation in any way, shape, or form.
So, y'all heard it here first, and Mike Florio obviously watches the show to come to his conclusions. Thanks for being a watcher, Mike Florio. I appreciate it. Make sure you're liking and subscribing to the channel, Mike. Don't be over here stealing my stuff. And
this presentation is presented by Color Production.
Yep. Thank you.
And I'm gonna tell you what. Mike Florio is a lawyer. I think he's a former lawyer. I don't know if he still practices.
He had his own law firm.
But guess what? He knows flow. You just listen to Mike every day. Something's gonna happen. And I'm not coming by, man.
I disagree, Sharif.
I do too.
Go ahead, Sharif. Finish up, and then I want to let Wicked respond to you.
I think something's gonna happen. I think he's gonna try. I look at this scenario. It's best he just leave now and then let Mr. Beal take on that matter. Because if he doesn't leave now, he will be looking worse in public face. He may not lose the team, but it's best for him to just leave now. Your take, guys?
I think that's what the NFL is going to push.
I think that's what's going to happen for certain, because that's that's kind of where I think where Ross is going to go. All right. And guys, I don't know for all of you guys that's seen it, but details about the contract extension for Harbaugh essentially has a buyout clause, kind of a backdoor kind of deal, the same way that Desean Watson does. If Stephen Ross thinks he's on his way out of this team as far as ownership and public eye goes, why wouldn't he just go and buy his boo and get the quarterback we all know he wants? Because I'm telling you, it was him all along that wanted Desean the most. And although they might take the team in title away from Stephen Ross, remember this, people. He owns that land. He owns the racetrack around it. He owns the parking lot. He owns everything within a 5-city block around that thing as part of Stephen Ross's empire. So although there might be a new owner in there, he'll really be the owner still. And he'll still get the credit.
By the way, have a good night too, Q, and have a good weekend. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks, brother.
And also, in case anybody was wondering, yes, I did in fact merge with that triple decker peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Oh, good for you.
Oh God.
So hey guys, I can't go into too many details about it, but I currently work for a professional sports team, and Chris, Kohler, you guys, if you want me to, like, later on, I can tell you, I'll give you more detail. I don't want to go too public with it. But I can tell you right now that the last thing the NFL is going to do is let him sell the team, but keep the building and keep the parking and other stuff like that. For other professional sports where that has happened, it has been an absolute nightmare.
Well, I think Wicked, my point about it is that he's gonna sell all those rights and that stuff.
They're gonna make him.
They're gonna make him, but the track is around the field. They can't make him sell Formula One racing, and he's the majority shareholder of 51% of Formula One. He owns Formula One, and he's bringing that to the United States and to Miami. They're not going to take that from him.
So
either.
That they may not, but as far
that's
as
what I mean, and he'll still get credit.
I would say the stadium itself is usually correlates with the team. I think like when they force them to make renovations and all that stuff or move the team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just as far as the NFL is concerned, with the facility and everything associated with that, there is no way they're going to do that. I'm in LA, and we have a situation where we have divided ownership with one of the major franchises here, and it's an absolute nightmare.
You get to see it. You get to see Mr. Kroenke from the other perspective. I got to see him leave St. Louis when I was living there for 10 years.
But I'm going to tell you,
answer that,
it's an absolute nightmare.
I bet.
To answer that, he would easily be paid $3.6 billion, which is 3 times what he made. Even so he would
I think the Dolphins are worth more than that right now on the current market.
Well, he bought
I thought it was like 3.9 or something. Maybe
it's worth 3.6. So he'd be happy to take that. What I'm saying is, if you stay as a owner in the NFL and it comes out to light anything that Flores said and stuff has already come out, it's going to be worse. Step down. So you can at least pay.
I don't think it has to come out.
It's never going to get that far.
Yeah, I don't think it has to come out in any definitive manner either, because
it's going to go to arbitration.
It doesn't.
I don't think so.
If you stay out of the NFL limelight, maybe you can pay for immunity to not be smeared so bad. Try to fight this while holding the team. You will look worse. Move out, sir.
Look at Daniel Snyder. Look at what's going. Daniel Snyder still owns the Washington football team, and that was before all this stuff came out with Chucky and all the emails. And they haven't. There's been nothing about them taking the team away from him with all the new stuff that's come out. So you gotta. These guys are multi-billionaires. They're gonna pay to settle, and it's going to be swept under the rug.
Yep. Well, let's face it, Wicked. The sexual assault or sexual harassment allegations don't damage the integrity of the entire betting industry.
Yeah, well, I get that, but
the hard part in this situation.
I mean, it may be sad fact, but priorities. You know what I mean? And
listen. Here's the deal, guys.
I wanted to say this, but Color, you guys have to understand. the difference between the civil case and a criminal case, and as far as the sports betting thing, criminal cases, you only have to prove that of preponderance of the evidence, it's more likely that something happened that didn't happen. In a criminal case, you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt.
Yeah, we get
which
that,
means
but it's a matter of optics,
two different things.
But it's a matter of optics.
That's kind of my point.
The owners are voting, can vote on that alone.
It doesn't even.
No,
really
I know.
matter
That's what I'm saying. Is it's the optics. That's why I said it's never going to get that far. Like Chris said, it's never going to get that far because they know that in a criminal case, they're never going to get a conviction. But that's why they're pushing so hard about the civil situation.
They're not going to need a conviction either. What's up, Big John?
Chris, do me a favor. CT, explain to them why me and you have said the whole time that we think Desean Watson's going to go to prison because they don't seem to get it. So you just explain that part. Explain what we were talking about with Desean Watson.
Okay, so long story short, my mom and my dad are both retired from the FBI. My mom's way of keeping in contact with me is talking Dolphins. So every time something comes out about Watson, she'll text me or call me. So as far as Texas is concerned, anytime you have a grand jury indictment, the defense in a case never has the opportunity to present evidence in a grand jury. It's only the prosecution. So
correct.
In that, the statistics say 97% of grand juries indict the individual if they have reasonable suspicion. So he has over 10 criminal complaints. 22 are civil, 10 are criminal. The statistical likelihood of none of them he's going to be indicted on is highly unlikely. And even if he's found innocent, the problem is every single one of those cases is going to take years to play out. And they don't do them simultaneously. They do them one after the other after the other. So it could be 4 years, it could be 6 years, it could be 10 years if he gets indicted on all 10. We don't know. But the problem is the likelihood of him, even if he settles the civil cases, him not having to deal with any of those situations is highly unlikely statistically.
Yeah, I would put money that Watson's in the NFL playing for a football team 2024, no matter what happens.
Yeah, 2024, maybe.
Yeah, and as I keep saying, good thing we got Tua.
So
and a coach that can unlock him.
So CT, I agree 100%. My father-in-law is a retired DA, and we've talked about it. And the thing that bothers me is that when they were talking about him settling some of these cases, not all of the victims or alleged victims were willing to settle. So that tells me that there's got to be something else there. Now, I'm not judging the man, right? I'm not there. I have no idea what took place in the massage parlor. But the fact that at least two of them are refusing to settle.
Have you looked into why they're refusing to settle?
I think it's beyond money, Kohler, at this point.
Well, yeah. I've actually read into why they refuse to settle, if you'd like to know.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're basing it on power dynamics. They're basically making the same argument that Flores is making.
So that's something interesting that he mentioned.
Political pressure.
No, they're saying that because he's a celebrity, they felt obligated to go further than they would have, thereby constituting a unconsented situation.
But look at how this has been set up, right?
That's the way that John, I'm saying that's what they're standing their ground on. They're being used by.
But if you look at the
in a political
laws,
game,
right? If you look at the laws regarding prostitution, that's not a defense, even from the John. Like, oh, I was just looking for,
Yeah, but they would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he intended to use his position as a celebrity to force them to consent
to perform a sexual
How are you
act.
going to prove that? That's like proving somebody didn't feel their life was in danger.
Here's the deal, guys.
You know what? It's
it
just
depends.
a bad.
It depends
You know
on
what
the
else
nature of the
happens?
charges.
You know what else happens in law cases like this is that these women will be cross-examined on, are they promiscuous? Has she ever sold herself? Are these Instagram models
Right.
like that
Was it
pop
not
up on me?
consensual?
Was it
Mhm.
not consensual? Are they willing to are they're going to go into all this? And even then, from where they've been since that point, what have they done since then? Are they buying cars? Are they buying houses? Are they expecting a payday? Guys, I got to be honest. If this guy did anything other than maybe going, if he forced himself on a woman and got physical, or put a woman in a uncontrolled environment where he had all the leverage and put him in an uncomfortable situation and pressured them into sexual favors and came out of that, and then they never spoke to him ever again, and that's what happened, then yes, this man will go to jail. He'll be in deep shit. But if they said that happened and returned again, that's right out the window. So,
Look, we have a case right now in LA. All right. Trevor Bauer was accused of beating this woman, right? And sexually assaulting her. The district attorney just basically threw the case out, said there's not enough evidence here to prosecute him, to bring a case. Now,
yeah, because he said that he believed he didn't have enough evidence to prove beyond reasonable doubt.
To prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a sexual assault occurred. He's not saying that the sexual assault didn't occur. He's saying he doesn't have enough evidence, because when you looked at the alleged victim, we could question a lot of that.
well, Josh Lugo 84 says the reason that Trevor Bauer never got the charges because the woman came back looking for him. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, it was such an unpleasurable experience.
So you guys
came
are clear.
back again.
It's not just that. Like this young lady allegedly had run through the San Diego Padres baseball team.
Right. But see, you're right, exactly, and you're making the same argument.
That's
you're
what I'm
saying
because
because somebody had to investigate that and find that out,
right?
And we do know that the FBI part of their investigation
the most
early
important
on was to investigate 4 of the women for extortion.
That's right. That's
okay.
right.
Yep.
So
and they did, and my mom confirmed that. But the question is again, and she also stated to me that in itself
but the
is
results,
very difficult.
Yeah, but the results of that investigation have not been made clear to anybody.
From what I understand, that the proof on that side is that Watson has video evidence from like a doorbell camera of them coming back to his house, gloating.
Well, some of them, from what I heard, was some of them.
You got to remember that it's just like the Dolphins right now, where when the race issue in the NFL and Brian Flores' name is mentioned, it's our name of our football team written up there with the other teams that are being implicated. We have nothing to do with the racism stuff, but our name's still up there. Just like that girl that's along with the class action suit had nothing to do with the blackmail, but the other 4 out of 10 did. The other 6 just weren't so dumb to go over here and say we're blackmailing you.
But Chris, once that's in the courtroom,
I agree. I'm not condemning him. I don't know if he's guilty or not.
Yeah.
I'm not going that way.
You're just saying it's going to take time to litigate all that. We understand. We understand, and that's what I'm saying, and I'll keep saying it, just like TD does. Get the guy in the building.
Yeah,
they have weight rooms. They have weight rooms in prison. They have yards to throw the football around in prison.
I'll say this color,
I'm not
right?
looking for a prisoner,
I'll
but hey,
say
listen,
this.
if they did get Desean
And if
Watson,
we're building the
how
team
much
around
worse of
Tua
a-
anyway, then maybe that'll give him a chance to shine, prove me wrong, and compete against Watson when he gets out of prison.
Irregardless, Kohler,
how bad is it going to look, guys? Because we're already tied up in every kind of scandal running through the NFL anyhow. What the fuck does it matter?
But
yeah, I agree. I
Kohler,
told you last
make a
night,
good
Chris.
point.
My
I'll
question
say
is
this.
it's a clusterfuck the whole way around.
Well, that's the funny thing. Wait, real quick too. Part of the comment that I was dissecting on my show on TD earlier was this guy saying, "Well, we can't deal with the Watson image and all that because of the current image that Stephen Ross has already."
How much worse can our image get?
But he's saying baggage that we're already dealing with Ross, and I'm like, okay, so we would have been able to take a shot on a guy with a bad image had our owner been more upstanding. I don't get that correlation.
I've got live footage of Tua trying out the Watson potential jail yard workout facility.
Awesome, dude! I had no idea you had that.
Yeah, I have the jail yard facility, and Tua's there practicing. Looking into what Desean has to potentially look forward to. So I got a couple clips. Let's check it out.
I love these.
5. Good. 7. Stupid tire! You freaking tire! You should get out of me! Kick your ass! 3. 1.5.
Yeah, that's better.
Very good.
Also, there was an open quarterback competition as well, guys. Just so you know, there's an open quarterback competition. Tua hasn't necessarily got the job, but he's fighting for it.
Hey, you haven't played it in years. Why can't I be quarterback, huh?
You're right. Let's see what you got. Hit me. I'm open.
Hi.
That's why. Now sit down and shut up.
Yeah, so the facilities are a little lackluster. But,
my God.
But maybe
Too mad they killed Taker, man. Too mad they
better
killed.
circumstance.
Chris,
when he goes there.
Tuanon is going to come after every single one of us on the panel.
Bring it on, son.
There's also a kicking competition.
Because we laughed.
Don't let the
exactly.
Don't let the good looks fool you. I'm pretty smart and I'm pretty witty too, and I can outwork. So bring it on.
Shit.
You know, I had no idea that footage existed when I was talking about Watson.
I have
at
other
the jailhouse,
footage, but I got to get the copyrights together and stuff.
Hold on. Tuanon can go after everybody except for me because I didn't say shit.
Oh, you were laughing in your head. We know you were, Big John.
Listen, Big John, I've got a picture of you in the back. I could go back and watch it of you laughing the whole time. What are you talking about?
John's like, I am in no way, shape, or form involved in any Tua haterdom.
Hey guys,
Big John sat back into the darkness so you couldn't see him laughing.
Yeah, you're wearing that white hat. You fucked up, buddy. I can see you. What's up, Sharif?
Guys,
What were you saying?
I was listening to Kyle Krabs today, right? And Kyle Krabs mentioned that, boy, if you listen to the Dolphins Fair at night, it's pretty wild. And I know he's probably talking about you and Mike and stuff because we want the best for this team. And we don't want the wool to be pulled over our eyes. So
yeah, don't play around with me, dog.
you see what I'm saying? So I'll say this about Flo. That smirk on Flo's face, it's almost like he wanted the NFL to hang themselves before he brought up more facts, and the NFL and other teams, in fact, hang themselves.
You know what else, Sharif? I think it's more of a goading them into come and meet me out here in the public eye. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, honestly, I think he's taking Colin Kaepernick to school, if you ask me.
No, actually, as a matter of fact, Color, I agree with you, but I don't think he's taking him to school. He's actually doing the same thing, except to a much larger degree, because this is the same firm that dealt with the Kaepernick situation. I think the problem is they realized, hey, the first time around, we didn't get enough public exposure for it to make a difference, and that's why I think this time they're handling it differently.
Wait a minute, CT. To be fair to Kaepernick, okay, you know, on my part, okay, what I mean by that is that Kaepernick is just simply younger, more of an activist type to say, I see a wrong, at least perceived wrong, whether I could agree with him or not. You know, I'm not gonna get into that.
Flores had enough.
But what I'm saying is Kaepernick said, hey, I see this, and I'm going to do something about it right now, without taking into consideration anybody else on the field, anybody else in his team, anybody else that has any feelings about how he might have handled that situation. And I get and I can understand that side of it too. Flores on the other hand, Flores on the other hand said, look, I'm I guess maybe older, wiser, you know, and in a situation where it's like, no, this ain't ideal, but I'm going to try to prove people wrong the other way by still fulfilling my obligation as a coach because, you know, I'm here to coach. Now, people can say that, well, again, I'll point out like Kenny Stills coming out and despite wagging his finger at Flores by saying, oh, you should have done what Colin Kaepernick did, basically. Welcome to the fight. You know what I mean? And now that fight is having to go up against somebody that they formerly considered part of their fight. And that's why I can understand why the guy on TYT was so upset with Loretta Lynch. You see what I'm saying? This is bigger. This is bigger than anybody realizes as far as the internal battle as to how to handle the situation going forward and how to what the real solutions are to exact change for the black community. And this is partly what Jay-Z was trying to express to Colin Kaepernick, which is what started the whole feud between the two in the first place and started the feud between Flores and Kenny Stills. Kenny Stills confused the coaching device with a position against Colin Kaepernick by playing Jay-Z music.
Saying.
You see what I'm saying?
But what I was trying to say is I feel like
what I'm saying is that the lesson that Flores was trying to teach Kenny Stills was you're going to be distracted by a lot of different things throughout the season. This is practice right now, and if you can't handle a little Jay-Z music, then you need to get to walking. Okay? And that was simply a coaching device.
The overall situation, what I'm trying to say is when you're trying to exact change, it's not about the legal process because we all know that the billionaires are going to win that legal process.
No. What I mean though is no. Oh, sure. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I was just trying to say in this situation, I feel like these lawyers who also represent the Kaepernick realized, hey, last time, we did a little media tour and we did this or whatever, but the best way to do it is to involve the masses, involve everyone. And I feel like they did a much more, media blitz than they did with Kaepernick. And I feel like that gives them more leverage because there's going to be more pressure from the average individual. Does that make sense?
I can absolutely agree with it. That's sort of what I'm saying is that, because as far as the Kaepernick approach goes, if Flores would have blown the whistle right away, he'd be in the same boat he was in, except he wouldn't have the leverage that he has right now. And that's what I mean by him taking Kaepernick to school.
Got a shot to coach and try to make it work either. So,
in other words, he didn't just say, oh, woe is me. He attempted it. He proved by attempting it, he showed people like me who it never has been so apparent to. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I mean by taking Kaepernick to school.
Right.
So whether we can agree with how we could agree or disagree as to how he went about it, we can even still say Flores is an asshole to Tua and shouldn't have been our coach anymore. That's apart and separate from what Flores endured on the way out. Because
agreed.
Besides all that, and that's not even to say the Dolphins purposely did it. It's just to say that, by doing it the way he did it, he's been able to make it clearly and starkly apparent to people like me.
Right.
That's benefited the movement is if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree, and that's where I'm saying I feel like
despite Kenny Stills coming back Kenny Stills coming back around to him, he really didn't need to be wagging the finger at him. You know what I mean? Because I think it's the other way around. I think Flores should be wagging the finger at Kenny Stills.
Yeah, I agree.
Right along with Jay-Z. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's why I was saying that's where I feel like there's a difference is the lawyers kind of learned that lesson is, hey, we didn't go into the court of public opinion. We stayed more, hey, let's do it the legal way. And they ended up, settling, which is probably going to end up be what Flores does anyway. But I think that it's getting it out to the masses, putting it out to the public, the court of public opinion. And that's where I feel like that's the most tangible, best way to approach this type of situation.
Right. I have a question for the panel, guys. I've been looking up at the free agency, especially like how we've gotten all of our coaching staff together. So I've been looking at the cap, and as far as 84 million, so we've been able to get Ben Jones, center from the Titans. We've been able to get Cam, I think it's Cam, the left tackle from the Jacksonville Jaguars, Cam Robinson. We were able to get Christian Kirk, wide receiver from.
We are able to, not that we did, right? Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Well, I did it on the sports
simulator
salary cap, right?
Mm-hmm. So over the cap, you did it on over the cap.
Okay. Yes, we were able to still keep Ogba. We were able to keep Needham. We were able to keep Preston. We were able to get so that's a Cam
Now the
Robinson.
question is, can Preston start keeping the football?
Ben Jones. Says we got our center, we got our tackle, we got the receiver Christian Kirk, the backup quarterback. Gardner Minshew. So we have 19 million left under the cap. I want to know how you guys feel about those. I don't want Jacoby to back up because if Tua Missing gets hurt, I just want Minshew to still.
You know what, Sharif? I thank you for listing all that because you know what? You could take away, that's a very good compliment of moves right there. And, you could take maybe one or two of those away and have enough money to get an elite quarterback. So you've just illustrated a great point, is that besides thinking that an elite quarterback could take us there with what we already have, you've illustrated that we can still pile on some good pieces, despite not maybe completing your whole grocery list. We'll still be able to get quite a few of those guys, even with getting an elite quarterback. I just wanted to point that out. Thanks for doing that. But yeah, that sounds great. And I think a couple of those moves are actually more realistic possibilities. Like people talking about going after Chris Godwin or just, come on. But a move like Christian Kirk is something in the realm of possibility.
I would love
equally a decent wide receiver.
I would love Ben Jones.
That's what we were talking about the other.
But let me ask Sharif to piggyback on what Sharif said. When the panel, if you look at what McDaniel and the 49ers have done in their past, is there anything in their past and McDaniel's past to say that he's going to go after the big ticket free agents? Or
I'll tell you what,
there's nothing because he hasn't been in that position to make those calls.
No, I get that.
You mean as far as quarterback goes?
Not just
we're not the 49ers.
No, but Kohler, he did have input. Let's be honest.
How much input could it have been, Wicked, to be honest, buddy?
Listen, there were reports saying that he's the one that when they wanted to trade Deebo Samuel, he said, no, let's keep him. I can use him. So he has some say, but like you said, how much? I don't know.
Listen, we don't know. I do believe, and I will buy.
He was also in the position to make that call. He was the wide receivers coach probably at the time.
I also believe that Mike McDaniel was the right-hand man of Shanahan and did follow. I'll buy into that narrative. What I am saying is, how much was it his responsibility to make the final call? Probably zero.
Well, no. Look, let's be honest. Okay, it's always going to fall on Shanahan or McVay. Whoever the head coach is, it doesn't matter. I even throw that to Flo, all right? Because it doesn't matter. The buck is going to stop at the head coach, all right? But you can look at...
McDaniel had nothing to do with them getting Jimmy Garoppolo, for instance.
Well, I don't think he wants to hitch himself to the Jimmy Garoppolo.
You know, it's not like McDaniel was in the room when they were talking about getting Jimmy Garoppolo.
Here's the one thing I can be certain about, guys, is that the system that we're trying to build is only better when you have an elite quarterback. And coaches that run this system with a quarterback and get the system running always find that, hey, I need to either draft a young guy that can potentially have elite athleticism, which San Francisco tried to do and is maybe going to get, or trade for a guy that is far and away better at being a passer than the guy I have, or more elite than the guy I have. Look at the Rams. They got rid of Goff, perfect at running the system, but they needed a guy with a bigger arm and a better cannon and more oomph behind it. My point is they can build this the way they want, and maybe Tua can make it run. But if all things considered, when the guy throws the ball, you need him to be able to go off script with things. I need to see a little bit more of that from Tua. He still is young.
Captain?
I believe he can. What's up?
Why in the world did Kirk Cousins just click into my head as though McDaniel may make a secret trade for Kirk Cousins, knowing that he's working with him?
Because he's exactly like Jimmy Garoppolo, so that would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
But it also makes sense if McDaniel says, as he says, that he's always trying to manipulate the players that have him, be more successful, and also bringing guys that bring in continuity. There's an argument to be made about Calvin Ridley. So if we are sticking with Tua, him bringing in Calvin Ridley would also give him that same type of,
that's
true, I'm going to
CT.
get Christian Kirk because he's familiar with the system and whatever. That's the same type of situation.
Listen, I'm not opposed to going younger with a Calvin Ridley, especially because, listen, Calvin Ridley's great.
I'll get Mike Williams.
I like all of these guys. We can make all of these guys and have all these weapons and all these things. The only point I was trying to get across was that these system guys, if it works and they win one, it's because the system worked great and they could bring especially us with the money. My point is that we could actually buy all that and an elite quarterback all at the same time and afford it. And
right, like I was saying, we can get most of the people on Sharif's grocery list. You know what I mean?
Yes,
most of those we can still get.
And that's where I was saying I'm so for that. I hate the idiots who are out here that think this shit's Madden and we're gonna go get this guy and this guy and this guy and this. And it's like, bro, that's not how this shit works. Stop.
CT, to your point a minute ago, I was gonna say the same thing. Just because we're bringing in Calvin Ridley and there's a history with Tua and all that doesn't mean Calvin Ridley can't catch passes from another quarterback.
I agree.
It's the NFL here. You know what I mean? Like,
I was just saying, as far as Calvin Ridley's concerned, the cap implication. Yes, we're going to give up a conditional second, possible first round pick. But if Mike McDaniel is making this about and he's a boss the same way that he's done the Sam Madison and Patrick Surtain hires, I wouldn't discount him saying, hey, we got continuity issues. We got, familiarity issues. Let's go get him. And again, I am absolutely not against. If Tua doesn't work out, please move off him. I got no problem with that.
Big John.
But it's bringing in guys to fit the system.
Is Calvin Ridley coming here, buddy?
CT, I'm gonna tell you this.
Hold on, Sharif. I want to hear from Big John. I can't hear you, Big John. You're muted, brother. I don't know what's going on. There you go.
No.
You just unmuted it. You just muted yourself again. You muted yourself again, brother. You clicked it twice.
One click, not twice.
Go.
There you go.
That's what she said.
Oh, shit.
Actually, she told me to do it 3 or 4 times.
Oh, shit.
I was trying to keep it PG-13, but I forgot the time.
It's 1:20 in the morning. Come on, bitch. Let it flow, buddy. Let it flow.
I would say it's more than 60-40 that he's a Dolphin.
So
I would say 65-35.
What I want to say though, right? It does not even like I know for a fact Chris Greer has been through a 7-year plan before with a quarterback called Tannehill. And I know for a fact this is Chris Greer's plan to go 7 years with Tua. Now, whoever hates Tua, too bad. He has a 7. You guys think he's going to use that pick next year in 2020? You're dreaming. This is a plan, and it's Tua's time to get 7 years. Now, you may not like it, but this is Greer's plan. Stop thinking that those are going to be weapons for Tua next year in the first round.
The thing I'll say is this, Sharif, is that with this owner, it's been emotional hires, emotional fires, and on what he feels like at that moment. And when he feels like, listen,
Chris, when you're 84 years old, you don't have time.
and you're a billionaire, you don't give a fuck. You're like, you know, that's how
And
you
the
feel.
thing is statistics say all 4 of the last coaches, none of them have had more than 3 years, except Joe Philbin, who had 3 years and 4 games and then was fired.
Will bum rush
And
Ross
guess
if he
what?
does
Round and
anything
round we
with
go
Tua.
again. Round and round we go again, Dolphins fans.
It's a madhouse!
I'm telling you, 2-9 with bum.
Look,
We need ourselves a real quarterback with some real confidence around here.
How much you want to make a bet I can throw a football over the
2-9 is
mountains?
going to bum rush Ross.
Rico!
That's what we need. We need a guy that's got the eye of the tiger. Show me the guy that's got this look on his face.
I'll throw.
Yeah,
Oh,
give
yeah.
me that look, bro. I need a
I'm your
guy. I'm your
Huckleberry.
Huckleberry, bro. Let's go, dog. We play for blood. We play for keeps. That's
Hey,
what I need. Give me that guy.
Roney makes a good point. If we get Mike Williams, then Watson train is full steam ahead. That's his college wide
Listen,
receiver.
all
at
these
Clemson.
weapons you guys are talking about building around Tua, and I'm like, hell yeah. And if it shook out where Deshaun gets in because our owner's on the way out and he's like, deuces to everybody. I'm hiring Harbaugh as czar of football operations, and I'm going balls deep on the trade and throwing whatever I want on my way out the building for Desean Watson or Aaron Rodgers or some other quarterback, then don't
Look,
listen,
like-
I'm just saying the possibilities are endless.
But if you're
with
going to
a guy
spend
that's
that
this
money,
volatile.
would you spend that money on Aaron Rodgers or Deshaun Watson?
If I had my choice, I would. If everything was equal, then I would take Deshaun Watson to spend the money on.
No. We're not working in everything's equal. We got to work in reality right now.
I would take Deshaun Watson.
From today, at this moment, I would take Aaron Rodgers, but in about 30 to 40 days, it'll probably be Deshaun Watson. So yes,
I would let Tua sit on the bench with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I would take Aaron
Listen,
Rodgers.
listen, Sharif, I love that idea.
It
I
is
love
widely
that.
reported that Aaron Rodgers has no care in the world to mentor anybody.
Yeah, but that's okay because it would only be a 3-year deal anyhow. Because you can get the extension with Tua, the option and stuff. So Tua just hangs these 3 years, try to learn from one of the greatest.
Yeah, man.
And
Look,
and then
3 years.
And then
Can I bring up this point real quick?
But this was the calamity that you could almost set yourself up for, CT. Is that if Rodgers signs a 3-year deal and then Tua's contract ends up like at the end and Rodgers still wants to play and Tua needs to be paid, now you have tradable assets for either one of them. You would know better than anyone if Tua was ready to take over and be the great, or if you knew that, hey, we would probably be better off going with Rodgers for 2 more years.
And that's the point. That's the point I
And
keep.
I agree with
Wait, CT. Hold on, CT. That's the point I keep making about getting Watson in the building. Because even if he still is out of commission for a couple years and we can't get him on the field right away, we still have Tua. We're building around him. And if Tua proves a guy like me wrong, then that means he's ready to compete with Watson. And even if he does lose that competition, he will have trade value at that point.
What were you going to say, CT?
I just wanted to say to Color's point. I agree with what you're saying. Aaron Rodgers has repeatedly said over the years that Brett Favre didn't teach him shit. And I think that same can be said if Aaron Rodgers came here, because Aaron Rodgers said, he didn't teach me shit. I took the initiative to listen, sit down, watch him do things. I learned from watching.
Okay, fair
and
enough.
This is where I think the telltale sign, if we were in that situation or circumstance, will tell me whether Tua is the dude or not. Because
right, of course.
If you can't sit down,
and he's not, they're not going to want to,
TD said he's dyslexic.
to teach you.
He won't learn by books.
Who said that?
Hey, let me come right back. My wife's calling me. I don't know if my daughter's sick.
Hey, real quick, shout out real quick.
Call us back, buddy. We'll see you.
Shout out real quick to Ice Cold Kane 81.
TD said he's dyslexic, man.
Ice Cold, look, real quick. Ice Cold was generous enough to throw me a super chat on my show and TD's stream, so I really appreciate Ice Cold Kane. And
I won't take Aaron Rodgers or Desean.
It's all about the you, baby. You got it, brother. It's all about the you.
I'm gonna grab Dwayne Wade. How about that?
Dwayne Wade as our next quarterback.
Dwayne Wade to the Dolphins.
D-Wade.
Listen, Dwayne Wade comes in here as our next quarterback. That would be great. Listen, it'd be fun as hell to watch, nonetheless. So,
with that being said, all of these scenarios only increase the trade value of Tua if he is able. Like, for instance, to CT's point, we keep saying, that Tua could learn like Rodgers did off of Brett Favre. Well, why do we always transpose one human being to another? It's like when people say that he's gonna be Drew Brees or he's gonna be Russell Wilson.
Well, listen, Color. That's how everybody always measures it up. But CJ says in the comments, the only way Tua's here 7 years is if he miraculously morphs into someone he's not. And
are you guys afraid of that?
No,
are you afraid of
I hope that it happens.
Why would we be afraid,
bro? Not just
because of failure.
No, because we're winning.
No.
Because if he does prove me wrong, that means we're winning.
Bro,
why would I be afraid of that?
Number one,
they had Tannehill here too long, man, and I believe they're going to do the same thing.
Well, in other words, if you think that if you're asking me if I'm concerned about that, yeah, absolutely, because I don't want to do that either.
Yeah,
but I'm
are
saying,
you afraid of it,
what I'm saying is, if Tua proves me wrong, and all of a sudden I feel like, oh my God, we're gonna win this game just because we got Tua. I mean, why would I be upset about that?
What did you say, Sharif?
How do you feel about? Are you kind of afraid for them holding on to him for 7 years like Tannehill?
I want John to respond first, and then I'll answer that. Sharif, go ahead, John.
First of all, Sharif. First of all, Ryan Tannehill isn't a better quarterback than Tua Tagovailoa right now.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying Greer's plan. Are you afraid of that?
I know I would love Tua to be here 7 years because we'll probably have a Super Bowl, but I'm the only one that'll say that.
I think so.
Everybody else is gonna wait for him to do it, so that's fine.
I'm cool with it, but I'm just saying a lot of players.
John, don't get me wrong, John. If what you're saying was true, wait a minute, Sharif. Don't get me wrong, Big John. If what you're saying came true, I would know by next year that's
by the end of next year
you have a point. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that we might want to take what you're saying to be true.
This is how I'll answer that, Sharif.
I don't need the full 7 years to know it, is what I'm saying.
If Tua's here for 7 years,
dudes want to get off him tomorrow,
and we have the same head coach, I would be very happy because that tells me that things are going great around here. We've got the same coach, same quarterback. If we have Tua as our quarterback and it's a different coach, depending on who that coach is, then I'll have to feel a certain way. But really, if Mike McDaniel gets fired and Tua stays, I will only believe that it's more of the same, where we're stuck in the madhouse, that the coach failed the quarterback, didn't give him the ability to audible, didn't give him the ability to call his own plays, tried to make him do plays he couldn't do, whatever it was. Real quick, guys, I do understand that Tua and Flores didn't get along very good. And in some ways, I guess Flores was just a little too hard on him. And I actually been waiting for this clip to come in. I got a clip of Flores and Tua at practice. Here's a short clip, guys. And you know what? Flores is kind of a mean guy. So, you know.
What did you say? I said we need a water break. You need a water break. Water is for cowards. Water makes you weak. Water is for washing blood off that uniform, and you don't get no blood on my uniform. Boy, you must be outside your mind. We are going to do up-downs until Blue is no longer tired and thirsty.
So, you know what? That is unfair. Flores, you know, he's being too hard.
Talk to him, Coach Boone.
You know, it's you kind of get what you make when you don't give guys water in the NFL no more, and now you got to make them do up downs till dark and make them run. You know, wake them up before the sun rises and make them stay all summer for a camp. They're just too hard on these boys. We should be more sensitive. I'm tired of all this sensitive bullshit, boys. This is fucking football. It's football.
And to Sharif's point, real quick though, you know. The 7-year thing. I mean, they're already baking in the excuses. They're already saying, well, 3 OCs in 3 years. You know what I mean?
Bro,
so it's already happening.
Excuses are already set and ready and set to go.
Next year it'll be, oh, well, he had 4 head coaches. I mean, what do you expect out of the guy?
I think this many coordinators and this many coaches. He's never really had a stable environment. Yes, he's had weapons, but you know what? They swung and they missed on the draft picks. Let's fire the GM. And let's keep building.
From that standpoint, Captain.
Sick of building, bro.
Yes, it's from that standpoint,
bro.
Yes, it's from that standpoint, Captain. I'm afraid because they're wasting whose time? Us again.
They're wasting my time.
Right, they literally don't care as the ticket prices keep rising and the parking prices keep rising, and it's like, what the hell? What are we paying for?
It's kind of like we need Homie the Clown to wake everybody up. We're all just sitting over here excited.
I don't think so. Homie, don't play that.
Just saying, boys.
Oh, and ice cold Kane to address. Just to kind of side note on Kane's hour, real quick.
We got some good stuff coming.
You know what I like about Mario? You know, not 6 months ago, I was hearing somebody on local radio talk about how the boosters are just not about football anymore, and everything's about the medical program, and we're just never going to see Kane's football the way it was, you know. And then they bring in Mario, and like all this stuff's going, and he's pulling in all these people. He's right. He was the McDaniel before McDaniel got on the plane and came over here. You know what I mean? He's like, you know,
the Dolphins had to steal the little bit of shine that the Canes were getting. They were like,
I think he's coming in saying, you know what, forget them boosters, you know, and with his recruiting prowess that he brings with him from Oregon. I mean, hey, he's the guy that coached Justin Herbert. Let's not forget that. You know what I mean? So, you know, I'm quite encouraged by what I'm seeing down in University of Miami. I'm really happy.
On the street is Justin Herbert's going to the Hurricanes.
And I appreciate the comment. So back to Dolphins talk. So Ross.
Yeah, man, the free agency. I would love Ben Jones as a target. I would love Cam Robinson, and I would really like to resign Ogba and Needham and Preston Williams. Now the birthday cake that would be Christian Kirk and Minshew. I do not want anything to do with Jacoby, and that's $19 million left under the cap.
So rounding back around, you know, I heard something today, and I've been hearing it a lot lately about Flores not working well with others, and how now Minkah Fitzpatrick left because he couldn't work with Flores. What's up, CB?
You telling me?
Yeah, MC. I meant to say CB. I said.
I was like, who's that?
Yeah,
I got something to say real quick.
He called you a pharmacy.
Yeah.
It's the 305 that threw him.
Yeah, it is. You know.
What? Oh, y'all have a good night. That's all I'm gonna say.
Take it easy, my brother.
All right, have a good night, bro.
So I don't know, guys. I think Ronnie says, fun fact, Denzel Washington was playing Brian Flores in the movie from a real life story. It's true, guys. I mean, listen, it's sad, but you've seen pushing them boys harder made them come out to be the best that they could be. That's
you
what
must be out of your damn mind. You want me to go get Watson, boy? You want me to go get Watson? I can go get Watson.
Sunshine.
Hey, everybody. I think I just heard Mr. Tua Tagovailoa over here say he wants me to go get Watson.
So it's a shame, but the coaching staff put together now is pretty decent. I gotta say, again, I worry about Boyer, but it seems to be this massive collaboration now. Not so much you have a role, you have a job, and everyone does what I say, which good. That's what they want. I believe that that's the Chris Greer method and way. I think when he brought Flores in, him and Flores had an idea. They went to do it, and I think Flores probably shut Chris Greer down more often than not. And then there was this plan that, hey, we're going to get Desean Watson, that then they got off of, and maybe shit got off the rails. But I can only speculate, but don't worry, we don't have to speculate for long because all of it's going to come out, guys. All of it's going to come out one way or another. And, you know, I think it might cost Ross his job. But, all right, I'm going to do the rundown real quick, guys, and then we'll do some final thoughts. Everybody watching, make sure you're hitting the like on the video. If you guys are watching on Facebook, Twitch, or Twitter, please do us the favor. Hop over to the YouTube channel, like and subscribe to the channel. We need more subscribers. It helps it grow. You guys can always find the Fins Tailgate here all the time, different days. You can help support the channel at the Fins Tailgate through Cash App or Venmo. Also, guys, Tonk TMI Tuesday, the game show that's, growing, and it's going to get better and better. And by next football season, it'll be clicking on all cylinders. Mike on the Mic comes on right after that on Tuesday with Open Mic at 10. And then also you'll see Mike on the Mic tomorrow with Drop the Mic at 10. Cash and tickets is slowed down, but we're going to start working into college basketball. March Madness is coming. Wait till you guys get Brandon the Bookie and Big Kev with all the brackets and college sports and stuff, and all the other guys will get in. And always on Thursdays, you guys can catch color commentary, late night color commentary, and, always all the boys will come around on there. And the Fins Tailgate, guys, again, help support the channel. Get in, help a brother out. Trying to grow this. Need to get 1,000 subscribers before I can get any sort of monetization through donation. So, guys, please, 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 if you know people that should be watching, tell them to subscribe. It's what we need. And next Wednesday, special guest, 9:30 p.m., Dougley Durong coming to the show. What's up, Color?
I got Desean on speed dial right here.
No shit. No shit.
Oh, it's
this whole
now.
team going to be doing jumping jacks if I got to dial this number.
Desean?
This whole team,
Flores?
This whole team going to be running laps from here to the Book of Enoch before if I gotta call this number right here.
Well, don't do that. I don't want to run laps. I'm fucking tired.
Who here on this team thinks that this man wants me to call Desean Watson?
Call him now. Call him. I dare you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can catch Denzel Washington in the latest movie called Brian's Song.
Oh, hey, that was a good movie.
Brian's second song.
Second song. It's the...
Yeah, Brian's Song 2.0, starring Brian Flores and Denzel Washington.
I want to make a little bit of a point here because we're talking a lot about free agency. Sharif was bringing it into, and free agency, we're going to do a good deep dive maybe next week. Now that things are slowing down, the coaching staff is almost done. We'll start looking towards free agency, but there's still cap on this roster that we can gather by cutting players. And I have an article that I have here from Fansided written by Brian Miller. So I'm going to go ahead and read it to you guys. It says the Miami Dolphins are set to have more than $60 million in cap space this year, and that is one of the highest amounts in the NFL. But they could also have more. Finding spending money is important if the Dolphins are. Why do you say finding spending money is important? I don't get that. If the Dolphins are hoping to revamp their offensive line, their running backs unit, their wide receiver unit, and still add to their defensive side of the ball, Miami will probably need $10 to $15 million to sign their draft class from later this year. So they're going to need about 15 to 10 million to sign who they draft. Releasing players will create cap space, but this also creates holes that will need to be filled. Miami has 6 players that could be released that won't create anything more than the depth replacement for the free agent market, and all the Dolphins could create almost $20 million in extra cap space while putting just under $2 million of dead cap. So I'm going to read
Add that to the $30 million in inflation, and that's Desean Watson's salary right there.
That's what I was kind of my point where I was going to route it to the end, is that the inflation we can count. We'll go safe 15 to like 18 million. Plus now saving 20 million. That's almost his first year of contract, and we didn't spend a dime of anything. But it also can be put into a myriad of other players.
And so remember something else, Chris. Well, real quick, sorry to pause for a second, but remember something else is that if the man's not ready to play, he's not getting game checks either. So it's not as if we're having to pay him for the.
Oh no, you'll have to pay him. You'll have to pay him.
Well, something, but
it's
what I'm
guaranteed.
saying is.
That's
yes,
something.
Yes, I get that. But as far as being able to push it down the road, that gives us a lot of flexibility, is all I'm saying.
So let me run through these guys. Starting number 1 on the list, who I can almost guarantee is a goner, Clayton Fedulum. Clayton Fedulum is set to account the above against the cap.
That sounds like some kind of human body part.
I know, right? He accounts for $2.775 million. The mainly special teams player will not count a dime against the cap. Miami giving the full amount back on the books if they cut him. So he is a goner. I'm surprised he ain't gone already. The next player on this list is Eric Rowe. Eric Rowe is promised basically 5.1. Rowe is a good football player for the Dolphins, but Miami has Javon Holland, Brandon Jones in the depth secondary. While Rowe can be a contributor at this time, Rowe's $5 million cap has all of it coming back to the Miami Dolphins except for like $500,000. So we'll get $4.5 million back by cutting Rowe.
Gone.
The next guy is Adam Butler. Decent backup, but we don't necessarily need him on the roster. We have some guys that are practice squad guys that they might want to bring up. Maybe we draft a defensive tackle to take his place. If we don't sign him, we get all of that $4.1 million back.
Gone.
Next guy who's definitely going to get cut, Alan Hearns. He ain't played football for like 2.5 years.
Easy.
How the hell is Alan Hearns still getting played by the?
Because he's a Miami Hurricane,
No.
Gone.
I don't want to hear it. Listen, Color. I love the Hurricanes, but this son of a bitch got to get the fuck out of here.
He's been injured, but yeah, I mean, if he ain't ever gonna get better, then yeah, gone.
3.1 million. Alan Hearns can be done. It will save. It'll still cost us some dead cap, but we'll get $2.5 million back.
That we're adding this up as we're going.
I'm gonna give you pretty much a guess.
Okay.
I'll get it towards the end. Number 1, another guy, Cethan Carter. Now I think Cethan Carter might still stay with this.
He might stay because he's a fullback.
And given the coaching, the coaching that we brought in.
But then again, we just brought a fullback in today.
True.
We just got one in. And he counts for $2.5 million. That son of a bitch ain't worth no $2.5 million.
Oh, so, Cethan Carter does?
Yes, it's 2.5, and it's all guaranteed.
What's Laird
or all
count
given
for?
Back. Who?
What's Laird count for?
I don't give a shit. I'd give Laird $2.5 million way over Cethan Carter. I like Patrick Laird, guys. I don't give a damn. I would rather see Patrick Laird put on 15 pounds of muscle and be a fullback before I let him walk. So, and then last but not least, and actually in some ways is least, Jesse Davis, guys. Jesse Davis got to go. What's up, Dribbatron? Jesse Davis has to go from the team.
He's on IR, isn't he?
He counts for $4.6 million right now.
Oh,
and
God.
That we get. Hold on, let me see what it says. We would get 3.6 of that back. He would only get $1 million guaranteed in dead cap. So adding up these numbers, let me just do it real quickly.
You're 18 million.
It comes out to 453 American dollars.
Right?
Let's see. Hold on. Let's do that's 5.
By the way, guys, I forgot the middle linebacker from Cleveland. His name is Howard. I forgot to add him. So we'd get a middle linebacker from Cleveland as well.
We're looking at about 18 million to 19 million.
I was ballparking 18 million.
Yep, it's just around. It's a little over $18 million, and that's just those guys. So,
right now, think about it. We're going to get rid of Jacoby Brissett, and he's going to right now. If we signed him for another year, $8 million.
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit.
By the way, that's the pride of Palm Beach Gardens getting to your internet feed right there. As soon as you brought up Jacoby Brissett.
Drew Patron, what's up, my brother?
We don't mess around down here in the 561, man.
You
what's up, man?
Playing some video games earlier on your channel before this? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I just wrapped up the stream. I did I'm working on a rebuild of the Miami Dolphins. And let me tell you, boys, we're 5-1 in week 6.
Who's the coach, though?
I feel you, bro.
McDaniel's the coach, but you know
who's the quarterback?
Listen.
Who's the quarterback?
Deshaun Watson is the quarterback. Okay. Listen, you want to know? Listen,
a two and ear, ladies and gentlemen. A two and ear, ladies and gentlemen.
No, and call himself a two and ear.
No two and ear.
But they accept you, which means that you're like two and ear adjacent. You know what I mean?
Everybody.
Now you're a dead man to two and ears now.
Everybody accepts me because, unfortunately, the two and ears, they accept me as long as I continue saying nice things about Tua. But as soon as they see that I traded for Deshaun Watson, I'm out. I'm done. But yeah, I traded Deshaun Watson. I traded for Deshaun Watson. I gave Houston 3 firsts, and I gave them Tua, and I gave them X.
They took Tua? Suckers. No, I'm just messing
suckers.
With
In the sim, Tua's doing pretty good. He's been very efficient, and the Houston Texans are doing well. But listen,
who beat us? Who beat us?
Who the fuck do you think beat us?
Not the Bills.
Absolutely, the Bills
with
crushed
Watson.
Us.
Really?
They crushed us 45.
See, that's why you shouldn't have given up X right there, man.
45-25. We got obliterated.
That's why you shouldn't have given up X.
We beat the Falcons, the Saints. We beat the Chargers. We beat the Colts.
How much interceptions does Igbenogany have?
Noah's my second cornerback. So let's go take a look. But listen, the real news is that I signed Rob Gronkowski to a 1-year deal, and he's lighting it up. He's lighting it up for us. And do you know who our backup quarterback is? The Dolphins legend, coming home to finish his career. Chad Henne himself has returned to the Miami Dolphins.
From the Chiefs?
He has returned to the Miami Dolphins as Deshaun Watson.
That wouldn't be a bad fit. I would actually like, because Chad
is the perfect kind of guy to come in as a backup for Tua, to not challenge him, but still be good enough. You know what I mean?
I really wanted to bring in Ryan Fitzpatrick as the backup, but unfortunately, he retired. In the sim, he retired, so I couldn't pick him up in free agency.
I'll bring Fitz back. What do you guys think?
Fitz ain't gonna come back.
Look, either your feelings.
The problem with that though is Fitz will challenge Tua for the lead spot.
Then it wasn't Brian Flores' fault.
But we can. But then again, but still, we're still in the same boat because Fitz can only take us so far. As much as we might agree that he's better than Tua.
But I'm saying if Fitz comes here,
I would rather go with somebody like Jameis Winston. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you'd have to get him from the Saints. But I
tell you what, if the guy's going to throw 30 interceptions, that means he's throwing 60 passes that have potential to be, he's throwing 30 that are touchdowns, and the other 30 are probably potential to be touchdowns, which is why he threw him in the first place. He tries to throw things he shouldn't throw, but the thought is there.
So Color, I've been looking at the middle linebackers to see if we should address it in the second round of the draft. Or
hey, wait, real quick, though, Sharif, I got to address something in chat that I've seen going around lately. I'm sorry. There is nobody in this chat, in this panel right now that watched me earlier on TD's channel, that follow me wherever I might show up, like Miami Sports Music, Stephen D in the morning, great channel, check him out. Like and share his stuff. Subscribe to him. Miami Sports Fanatics with Batman and Geo. You'll see me there. Like and subscribe to them too. They're great guys. Miss Finns can even attest if she's around tonight. Probably not. But everybody knows how I feel about Tua. And I'm telling you, if you're talking about bringing in Mariota to back up Tua, you're conceding the fact that you don't want nobody to challenge him. Because Tua is night and day better quarterback than Mariota. And when I said the other day on TD's panel that EM got so upset about Tua not being qualified to be in the NFL, I'll stand my ground if I say that about Mariota. I'm sorry. Mariota does not belong in the NFL and never has.
Sorry, guys, I had to hit the head. Deadbeat Void, man. Thanks for coming to the show.
I'm standing my ground on that one, Brian Terry. By the way, welcome to the chat tonight, man.
Make sure you're liking and subscribing to the channel, Deadbeat Void. What's up, Brian? How you doing, brother?
Even with your Karen Brian Flores avatar, we love it. That's Karen Flores, ladies and gentlemen.
I am one of the leaders of the Tuaniers, and
yes, and I appreciate that you can come here and represent Tuaniers.
Absolutely, man. We absolutely appreciate you being here, bro.
In a very bantering way, as you can see, man. I don't hate Tua, and guys, speaking of that, I have a clip from the first time I was ever on any YouTube at all.
See, wait, real quick, Chris. See, Brian is our token Tuanier.
Thank you, brother.
Which means that if we're all proved wrong and all that, we can always say, well, we brought Brian on all the time, which means we weren't, we were still entertaining the possibility. So thanks for that, Brian. We do appreciate you being here, man.
I do want to give an idea, Chris.
Yeah.
I want 1 week positivity week. So 1 week, we're not going to say one thing bad about Tua. What week can we?
You want to do that, Chris? We could do that.
Oh, brother, listen, I'll make a whole week about Tua in a great light.
But Brian, can you at least handle for me that it might be coming from a place of this is what I think he needs to get better on? Because if I can't say what he can get better on, then because nobody believes he has anything to get better on, then it's pointless for me to do that. You know what I mean?
If he didn't have anything to get better on, he would have been a Super Bowl.
How about in fairness, we'll put aside my lack of belief that he can get better for a week. Is that fair?
Yeah, you could do that. But
okay, I can do that. We'll do that for a week,
Brian,
man. We'll pick a week.
Brother, sometime either before or after the draft, I'll do a whole Tua week for all the shows.
He is our quarterback.
He is our quarterback.
Especially if by the end of preseason he's looking like he's going to be the starter. Yeah, we can do something like that easy.
I'll have Tonk. What is that? Let me see. Did you buy that off Fanatics, my man? I can't hear you. You're muted or something.
No, I had this for a minute. Hold on. Let me turn off the virtual background.
If you had Fanatics, you could have got a card like that signed. Yeah, that's Tua.
Tua.
Can't you tell by his stance, bro? Of course it's Tua.
What a beauty! Look at him. He's ready.
That's numbered to 25.
So, but yeah, on that week, I'll have even Tonk TMI Game Show doing it. We'll have Mike on the mic both nights, Tuesday and Saturday. Cash and tickets on Thursday, color on Thursday, and then El Capitan all week long. I'll do a whole Tua week. I have no problem with that.
And
Chris,
thanks to Deadbeat Void. Thanks for subscribing. We really do appreciate that.
Appreciate it, brother.
And you're all right, CT. We appreciate your time on the show tonight, man.
You're good.
And
CT.
yes, that would be totally that would be the cynical move of the century, Roni, if we were to do 2 a week after we sign Watson.
Oh my God, bro. I would do
you
that
imagine?
and then some. Honestly, and Color's going to go and find the clip. I said this like 2 months ago where I was like, listen, I'm ready to build up a whole sell to anyone who's willing to buy to get the trade in some ways.
Yeah. No, I mean, even if we keep to it, it's like to do it after signing Watson would be such a cynical move.
I know. What's up, Drew Batron?
No, I was saying if you do 2 a week, you got to ask Solo D if you can play his Tua song on the channel.
Oh, you know what? I will ask him. I will ask him. You know what? And I'm sure Solo will let me do it.
Listen,
Why not?
I don't care what you think about Tua. That song's fire.
First of all, Solo D's been dropping hits for the Dolphins forever. Thank you, Solo D, for being such a great fan.
Love
that you're willing
Solo
to do
D.
that. Maybe one day I can help Solo D out because I'm quite the musician. Maybe I'll put a good badass guitar riff down for him.
I'm gonna have to disagree. I think Brandon Tobin's Tua is better than Solo D's.
I'll have to check it out. Does he play it before the show? Does he play it before his show over on Twitch?
I'm gonna share a clip of me. This is my very first time ever showing my face anywhere on YouTube. It wasn't on my show. It was on Go Time Dolphins. If you guys don't know Go Time Dolphins, go check them out. Kadeem Simmons and Charlie Touche, they do a great show. They actually had Javon Holland on their show not that long ago, and they got a giveaway going on. Signed Javon Holland cleats, guys.
Oh, I want
Signed
them shoes,
Javon
man.
Holland cleats.
I want them shoes.
Go
man.
on my Twitter. Go on my Twitter. And check on my Twitter page. It's the Fins Tailgate, and you can see where I have them posted. And they're gonna give me an update, and I'll probably try to get them on to help push the cleats and stuff. But they're great guys. I will always be grateful to them because they did what I try to do now is give people a platform to have their voice heard and be part of the community. And if somebody, just come out here, man. You're amongst friends and family. We can disagree about quarterbacks or coaches or players or whatever, but we all bleed aqua and orange. So we're all family as far as I'm concerned. What were you going to say, Drew Batron?
I'm saying, how am I get those cleats?
I'm telling you, man. They look like they could be a size 12, man. I might wear them things, man.
Yeah. So, all right, I'm gonna play this clip of me.
Hey, if I win those cleats, I'm gonna go to a game and wear them, and I'm gonna raise my feet above the guardrail so y'all can see me.
Those cleats are gonna be put in a glass box and never move ever again till he's a gold jacket wearing member, and then I'm gonna sell him for a car.
What do I have to do?
I don't know just yet. They haven't released the details of what.
Yeah, their next show they're gonna give details on what to do on the next show.
That's right.
Oh, I'm not gonna retweet it then because I don't want other people to see.
If you guys go and subscribe to their channel, please do me the favor and let them know that El Capitan sent you, because I just want them to know, because I've been sending subscribers to
Great guys, both of them.
The best, man, the best.
And it's surprising they don't get no more views on their stuff. So go over there and subscribe and watch.
I know,
stuff.
man.
It's
Yeah,
really
they're amazing.
Good put together
bro.
shows.
I just subscribed.
Thank you, Drew Batron. Let them know.
And their intro music is fire. Just to let you
actually,
know.
that's Charlie Touche that did that. That's the host making the music and doing all that. He produces music too. So anyhow, guys, I've been pretty consistent in everything. And I have video evidence of the way I think about this team to everything. And this is all the way back in September. So this is week 2. So this is how El Capitan got his feet wet. And I'm going to show you, I was a little nervous because, like I said, it was my first time. But you guys know how it is.
But I don't want to be like that because if he's in the hospital with the COVID and dying or something, I ain't that guy either. I am upset that he's not, going to line up out there. We need that weapon.
I'm talking about somebody else right now. It'll come out.
That, we don't want to talk about like Desean and stuff like that. I don't like that. I mean, he's a great player, but it's fantasy land at this point. But I really feel like that if Tua doesn't, either win this locker room or, take us into the playoffs and win, top 15, top 12 quarterback, they're going to look to upgrade, because I look at this team, and this team is ready to go. I mean, this coach, Chris Greer, I don't know. I don't think Chris Greer gets enough credit, man. You know, for being a GM, he is just a friggin' master. He's out there playing chess. Everyone else is playing checkers. The pick up free agents, cutting people, and letting them go. And we're like, why do we let that guy go? Well, because Chris Greer is smart, man. He's good at his job, that's for sure. But with Will Fuller, I don't know, man. I'm not happy about it at all. I'm actually pretty pissed because I really felt.
So real quick, and I'll go and get a little bit better on the editing for what exactly I'm looking for. But in that episode right there, I pretty much go over kind of the same things I see now. Here we are, a team with overwhelming amount of cap. Here we are, a team with draft capital. Here we are, a team with young second, third year guys all on rookie contracts that have talent. And we've seen it on the field.
This time we're a 500 ball. This time we're above 500 ball team at the same time.
That's right. We've had back-to-back winning seasons.
You are what your record says you are. Who said that, Chris?
Brother, the guy from the Colts, right? Wasn't it the Colts guy? What was
I can't
his name,
remember,
Keller?
man.
It was the guy from the Colts.
I was hoping chat earlier on my show earlier would help me, but nobody said it. So if anybody knows in chat now, you are what your record says you are. And that doesn't work just when you have a bad record or when you have a really good record. You are what your record says you are.
Was that
and again,
Mora?
It could have been Mora.
Kohler? I think
it could
that
have
was
been
Mora
Jim Mora. Yeah.
that said it. And that was like right before he did his whole playoffs.
Right.
Ronnie said Bill Parcells, but I think you're right. I think it was Mora, and it was the playoffs thing too. But my point of showing you guys that short clip is I have not, as Crypto Dolphin would say, I haven't changed off my square. I believe Chris Greer is a mastermind. I think he's positioned himself to stay flexible, to go and get an elite quarterback if this one isn't working out. And right now we're in the window of striking. Now, I'll tell you what, if the Dolphins go and spend a bunch of money in free agency, but it looks like after paying and getting our guys and doing all this stuff, we still have $40 million in cap space potentially. That's going to tell me that they're still keeping the Desean Watson window open. Now, if they go and they spend every damn dime, then yeah, then it is what it is.
Yeah, I honestly believe that Watson stuff is dead. I believe it's dead. It's no possibility. Let's just get over that. And
I don't think it's dead.
I don't think it's dead either, Trubatron. I think it's getting ready to take a next step in severity.
Well, take a next step for other people's narratives, but in reality, Watson is not gonna be a Miami Dolphins. Our quarterback, as of right now, is Tua. And
yeah,
that's
right
the
now.
Guy,
No, I agree. I agree with that.
I'm
Listen,
rooting
and that's
for.
how you're supposed to build. Go with Tua right now. You don't.
I
First
tell
of
you,
all,
you have evolved that square, Brian, like almost like crypto with Devontae Parker, man. I tell you what, you have
Because
stuck on that
honestly,
square, man.
because Chris, if we're gonna go all in like they say on this press, they say we're going in with Tua, we're gonna build a team around Tua. No more half-assing, no more saving $40 million and looking at Desean Watson. No, we need to stay on something, focus on it, because that's what happened with last season. It was too much distractions. This offseason, they did a great thing. They told us they are on one accord, the GM, the owner, and the head coach. We're gonna stick with Tua, and we're gonna give him this
That's not
offseason
what
to
they
improve.
said. That's not what they said.
So I'm saying,
I think that's what the narrative is that we're hearing. That is not what any of them said. None of them said that.
That's reality. That's what I'm saying. The other things we're talking about is speculation and fantasy. This is reality that Tua is going to be our quarterback this season.
Okay.
Maybe. I mean, listen.
And even if you want to argue, it's a higher possibility that Tua is still going to be in this offseason. So it's like, even if we're going to talk about possibility, it's a higher.
Do I think that there's a better chance of Tua being the starter this year than Watson being the starter? Yes.
Yeah,
That's a fair statement.
60-40. It's 60-42 over Watson.
I think the more volatile the owner becomes, the more likelihood it seems that Watson would come here. Because if it looks like Ross is going to be pushed out or going to resign as owner or whatever the hell it is, I think Watson will. I think Ross would go in.
It is
and
also
just sideswipe
Chris,
all Cavaliers.
I haven't agreed with you on that so far, but to your credit, I would say that that is one way that Ross may see as a way back to ingratiate himself with the owners. Look, I brought a ring to Miami. You know what I mean?
Right.
Everybody's getting rich over it. You know what I mean? So, like the old saying goes, winning cures everything.
Yep,
certainly does.
So to your point there, I'm starting to come around on that.
Deadbeat Void says, anyone think Bevel can be used to lure Watson or Rodgers? Well, Deadbeat, I gotta say, Bevel is accredited to calling the pass play that lost them the Super Bowl. At least whether it was his call or not, that's kind of how he lost his job. So, but maybe I don't know so much about Rodgers. I think here, look, I think if the sell to Rodgers would be this and simple. Rodgers, we're going to give you all the power over the offense to call it and run it the way you want with the system we're doing. And we're going to spend $70 million, $60 million on weapons and offensive line. And then we're going to keep a good defense and it's not going to be all on you. I think that's sell enough for Rodgers. I don't know if he's going to come here. I would totally dig it. Wilson, I mean, wow, it seems like a lifetime. It seems like Desean Watson was playing before Wilson was, doesn't it? Doesn't it seem like it's been forever since Wilson played football? It just seems like he doesn't even play football no more. I don't know why, but I don't know. What's up, Wicked?
Oh, not much. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly just don't know if Watson's not Watson, but Rodgers is going to leave Green Bay.
That's almost a given, I think, at this point, in my opinion.
I agree to that.
Yeah, honestly, I thought that way last year, and it didn't happen.
Well, the only encouraging thing to me about, like, for instance, now this has obviously been now proven untrue, but the reports that Watson was starting to look at or to add other teams to his list, and one of those being Denver. I thought, well, that's one thing that didn't bother me so much. Like, if Watson ends up in Denver, then that just means that Rodgers is still on the table for everybody, because that's the likely landing point for Rodgers right at this point.
Honestly, I think for Watson, the best thing he could do from a leverage standpoint would be to remove some of these teams off of his no trade clause.
Well, yeah.
Listen. First of all, Wicked, from what I can see, all these teams that keep popping up, Watson didn't say shit about wanting to go there. The only team that we know for certain that he said he wants to play for is the Dolphins.
But how much of that was Watson, and how much of that was Watson's team?
No.
None of it. According to Watson's team, none of it was what was them.
They didn't say that. I think more along the lines that the teams are trying to get a little bit of buzz for their team, going, "Oh, we might." Get
I know, and look,
that has to do with Houston wanting to start a trade war too.
That's exactly right. Houston's got all the need to make that shit happen around here, bro.
And this is why Ross has to make it look like we're marketing Tua to our fan base, because if he doesn't, then Houston can steamroll us on the Watson.
That's Greer, brother.
Of
that's
course.
Greer. Go ahead, Wicked.
No. I mean, that's in all of this talk, I try and sit back and say, how much of this is the agent? How much of this is the player? How much of this is the, let's say the Dolphins or any other team, trying to drive the narrative, and the reality is move the fan base. Are the fans into this? Is this something that we can make happen? And whether it's Watson or anybody else, take Rodgers, take Russell Wilson, that's a hell of a salary to take on.
Could I address that real quick, Wicked?
Yeah.
I think that's that Watson is one of those players that the second he takes the field, everybody in our stadium will forget everything.
Oh yeah. That it'll.
Everybody in our stadium will say, "What the hell were we thinking?"
After week 1 or week 2 of him playing in a game, once you see him on the field and the product on the field, it's not gonna.
I would just think, I would just encourage you, if you can. I don't know who has the ability to watch replays of the NFL games, but I would just encourage you to go watch the game from 2019 between the Houston Texans and the New England Patriots. That was one of the 4 games they won that year, and it was against Cam Newton. Now, I'm not going to argue for Cam Newton being anything. We all know what he is now and what he was at that point in 2019.
He's a shell of himself. Yeah,
I get it, but it was still a Bill Belichick run offense with Cam Newton, and so. And
it's a Belichick defense, to your point,
and that too. But I would also just encourage you to watch that game. For myself, I mean, I didn't need to be convinced because I've seen enough highlights, and my eye test tells me I know what I'm looking at. But I did still do myself the favor just because I wanted to sharpen my own iron. Because I do go to the extreme. I do go to the extreme when it comes to defending Watson and comparing and
we
this
try
and
to
that.
stay well informed when we're
right.
taking
I
a stand.
want to also make sure that I haven't formed a bias.
Yeah.
So,
we don't want to be on biased ends of those.
Right.
Things
So
either. And that's kind of what I'm getting to this question
right,
here. Is Masted Park says, what really makes you guys think Watson?
And this is that's what got me to start all this. Is that's partly what I'm answering.
I just wanted to shout him out.
Sure, thanks. So. I went back and watched, and now we're talking about the 4-12 team. We're talking about the gutted team, but from Bill O'Brien. Okay. And the first thing I noticed when I started watching the game was he was handing the ball off to Duke Johnson. And I thought, wow, that's interesting. We got Fuller over here. We got Johnson over here. We got an offensive line that ain't the greatest, but could still improve.
Let me just drop a little nugget to that as well. The only other team that Watson said he would like to go to was the Niners.
Right,
and it's because of the system the Niners run.
Right.
And so if you really want to draw dots and make the lines, the Niners system is coming to Miami. All of these coaches make lateral moves to come to the Dolphins. Why?
Well, here's the thing. So we have an offensive line that definitely needs to improve, but could, okay, that could be overcome by Watson's level of play, okay? And we got a defense that's designed basically that if you don't score enough points quick enough, they're going to gas out because they're a fast twitch defense. You know what I mean? So all of it actually lends credence to the idea that TD always thought of, that this whole team from the beginning was designed for Desean Watson. So that being said, I'm watching the game, and I got to about halftime, and I had enough. I'm like, I'm not a Houston Texans fan, so I'm not going to sit there and watch the whole game. I've seen enough by halftime.
Oh, yeah.
There is nobody in our stadium that will ever look back when they first witnessed Desean Watson play on our football team.
The thing is with me with Desean Watson,
and I'll bet the farm on that.
I look at him as just as talented as any other quarterback in the NFL. That on any given Sunday, he can match up against any other quarterback on the other side. That includes Patrick Mahomes. That includes Aaron Rodgers. That includes insert quarterback name.
I'll use a term that a lot of younger people can understand. He joysticks it.
Aquavision makes a great point. So Watson's going to overcome Jesse Davis.
Yeah.
That is the Achilles heel, the Jesse Davis.
Nobody's going to overcome Jesse.
Listen, that's what we should name that floating rib. We should call it Davis rib. And now we can know it's the Jesse Davis rib, that it's just a broken rib that you get, and it could actually just kill your career.
From the moment I saw him take Lamar Jackson to school against Louisville, okay, to the moment I watched that game against New England a few weeks ago, the guy's joysticking it out there. It's just a whole nother level. It's like it's night and day, people.
Well, I get it, Cutler. I see you're enamored with Watson. I guess we all on the panel, we are. But realistically, like I've been saying, it's more likely Tua right now is our quarterback for this season.
Well, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that. The only thing I'd say is, you could say realistically, but I could say the same thing because realistically, nobody really knows what's going to happen by the time the game one comes here. I mean, a lot of things can happen.
The only thing,
Anybody
Brian,
right here.
the only thing I could say is this in realistic form: who realistically can afford to give capital and pay Watson,
and besides the fact,
hold on, Color, let him answer, and it not cost them the team that they have that they plan to win with Watson with. So the Dolphins actually have enough money to not only buy Watson, they don't not only have enough money to buy him with capital as well from the cap, but they have enough money left over to still build around the young man and have guys left over on the team that are on young contracts, so you have time to flesh this out. There's no other team I can think of other than the Philadelphia Eagles that could do that. And that if he goes to Philadelphia, it would make all the sense in the world because really that's the team.
They've already offered and he won't release his clause for them.
That's what I'm saying. So what other team makes this work? Give me
again, and on that question from our perspective, when are we supposed to do this? Like this is the only time. I mean, when is a team supposed to do something like this if not now with the situation we're in?
You can't pay a quarterback because it's $40 million. It's not too much money. We should just draft a quarterback every other year from now until we die because we're never going to intend on paying one big money.
And if we do that, then that makes Ross a liar. Go ahead, Brian. You got the floor, buddy.
Tua is our quarterback.
No, Brian. The question was, what team could afford to buy Watson?
You asked a lot because it was all over the place because Cutler was giving me his. It was a lot of questions. So what was the question again? I was listening to the first one.
The question essentially is, outside of the Dolphins and Philadelphia, what team could realistically buy? Not only buy him because they have the cap to pay for him, but also the capital to give over, whether it's players or first-round draft picks, to make this deal happen, where then the players and draft picks don't cripple the team, essentially turning this into a lateral movement from one Texans team to another for Desean. What other team other than the Dolphins and Philadelphia can afford it that you think would be a match for Desean? Say legality issues by March, clean bill of health, legality speaking. He's going somewhere. Where could he go that can do this?
Well, you already have made that point on your show that they can manipulate it. They can go over the cap and stuff like that. So they're gonna make a way. Like I even heard rumblings about the Bucks maybe being one of the possible places. One of the crazy takes probably with Cowboys. I mean, there's some teams that really, really are actually one quarterback away. And
the Cowboys, I could see making it happen because they would trade quarterbacks and essentially trade salaries.
That would be good if they
I
had
could
a good
really
strong
see
lineup.
that happening. That's actually a
That would
very
be
smart
scary.
answer. It's a very good answer, Brian.
What about Arizona?
And it's consistent
Arizona in play
wait a minute,
now?
real quick, Brian, to your point. You're bringing up Dallas is actually consistent with a point that I've been making for months, is that if we don't get Watson, Desean Watson will be a Dallas Cowboy, and they will be holding parades for Jerry Jones for giving him a second chance in life.
Yeah. I mean, the Cowboys, they got with CeeDee Lamb. They got a lot of nice weapons and stuff.
Right.
So
Now,
it'll be nice to
real
watch.
quick, just to add to what Chris was saying so you can get a full idea. Like there are teams that will do that.
Yes.
But again, you have to ask yourself, why would a team put themselves in that position Because they know, and I'll answer it real quick. Is
They
that
know that they got a good shot. With
They
that
know
guy
in
as
3
QB.
years everybody's going to forget that they made that mistake.
That's right. If they're going to cap
Because
hell
they're going to
and
be in the
negative against
championship
cap,
game.
or they won one, but even then, you got to also think, because it's a no trade clause, is this going to cripple and hurt the team so bad that Desean doesn't? I mean, look, it literally goes, hey, yeah, we're gonna. If he went to the Bucs, first of all, he's probably going to miss games next year. So the year they're going to pay him, they're going to be upside down in the cap. They're going to immediately look the following year like a bad team, because there's just no way they can't afford any of their guys now.
And then you'll have AB running around in chat over and over again saying 4-12 on the Bucs too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
just for example,
Think
Drew
about
Batron-
it. It's not just his cap hit this year; it's his cap hit next year also.
That's right. That's right. And
which is
there's a lot of-
astronomical. I think his cap hit next year is
Right,
even
but-
higher than
but you're
this coming up year.
You're forgetting that the more money the league makes, the higher the cap goes.
The cap goes.
No, I know that. I know that. We don't even know what the cap's going to be this year.
But remember what else? And this is something I've said from the beginning too. I've said this for a year straight now. Every owner, all 31 owners, including the Packers fan base, want Desean Watson in a place like Miami. Because Watson in Miami will single-handedly increase the cap space for every team.
Well, his
with
average
the amount of money that he would bring to the league, being in a large market like Miami.
His average cap hit per year, because it's a guaranteed contract, is $39 million. In retrospect, by the year after next, that ain't gonna be shit.
Right, and that's also why I predict Dallas, if not us, because there is nothing better for the NFL than to see a big fat star on the side of Desean Watson's head. Okay.
Yeah.
And if you all think that anybody's married to Dak Prescott over there over Desean Watson, sadly mistaken.
Yes,
sadly
Cap,
mistaken.
You know, Deadbolt said Watson comes here is too much baggage. It's too pricey. Elite player, but I wouldn't risk the team's future for the next couple of years until the issues are fully resolved, and I can respect that. And then Cap for Life answers him and says, "Why is it Watson is baggage for us and not for any of the other 7 teams that are?"
That's what I'm saying. I would just invite Deadbeat to join the Dallas parade when they're holding it for Jerry Jones for lauding him for giving another player a second chance in life. That's all I'm saying. You know, I've seen it so many times in 25 years, man. It's unbelievable.
I want to ask you, Drew Batron, what team realistically can afford and make it enticing for Desean to agree upon going there? What team can make it happen outside of Philadelphia, who has all the pieces that could make it happen, or the Dolphins, who not only have the pieces in cap as well, but it's a destination he wants to go? What team could do it?
Honestly, I don't know. The other team that I could think of that maybe that he would want to go to could maybe be, and this is way out of left field, but maybe could be the 49ers. And the reason I'll say the 49ers, because they have a young quarterback there that they could use to trade along with him, with whatever picks to Houston. Or the 49ers have, do they not have
Washington's got cap
this year?
problems, Trilliness.
Yeah,
Washington's got cap problems. They can't afford it. They could.
What about
Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh is way hurting on cap, bro. They're gonna have hard times keeping talent in the room. Like Minka probably won't be there because when it comes time to pay him, they're not gonna be able to afford it.
And the only good side, real quick, to not interrupt you further, Drew Batron, but the only good side to all of it is that whoever he goes to, if we list
Ronnie, how is Trey Lance connected to with Watson team? Are they have the same agent or something like that? Aquavision, Denver, yes, but
that puts Rodgers right on back on the tables for
Denver.
That's a good move.
Denver would probably grab Rodgers over Watson because the window of the cap hit hell is a short one, and Watson isn't a short-term fix. It's a long-term.
And there's also a report out that Nathaniel Hackett is pushing hard to get Rodgers in Denver.
No doubt. I expected that. That's why we were trying to get Nathaniel Hackett hired here, so Rodgers could.
Right, but one thing we have to keep in mind too is that if we're in the driver's seat, cap wise and leverage wise, to get Watson right now, then any of these other teams that we're listing, if they get him, then that immediately puts us in the driver's seat for whoever he's replacing, i.e. Dak Prescott in Dallas. Of course, Aaron Rodgers in Denver, if the thought is that Rodgers is going there. Let me think of another one. Even Philadelphia. Now, Philadelphia introduces an interesting dichotomy if they were to get Watson, because what do they do with Jalen Hurts? Now, that puts us right in the driver's seat for Jalen Hurts. Now, if you're talking about bringing in Jalen Hurts to compete with Tua,
I don't want none of that.
I mean, no, I don't either. But as far as a moneymaker goes, it's the fight of the century right
Bro,
now.
that would be pretty fun, but I don't need any of that in my life.
I don't either. Just saying.
The Niners, because of trade assets, and remember, they're getting a couple extra draft picks for the Dolphins hiring Mike McDaniel too.
Mhm.
And who's to say the Niners don't go, hey,
they could throw Garoppolo in there too.
they could say, hey, we'll give you the next 2 years all our draft picks and Garoppolo. Maybe they do something like that. Maybe some unprecedented type of buy. But remember what we're talking about here? We're talking about teams leveraging all of whatever they got for one guy. So this is how important this guy is.
Are you allowed to trade compensatory picks, though?
If they're your picks, you can trade them. Oh, you know what? I don't know.
That's a good
I
question.
don't think compensatory
I don't think you
picks
can.
are tradable.
I don't think you can, Wicked. I think
No.
you're right about
Very
that.
good question.
Because I don't think
Yeah,
you get them.
I don't think compensatory picks are tradable.
I think you're right about that. I think you're
Yeah.
right about that.
But again, all of this points to the fact that the guy is in such high demand.
That's right.
That
There's
a team,
teams that are
a
willing
team
to
that's
leverage
over
their picks on
500
it.
with the largest cap space in the league would be
The right
it would
fit.
it well what I'm saying is it would be the blunder of the century if we didn't do it.
Well,
It would just absolutely be the
ready
blunder
for
of
the
the
blunder
century.
of the century.
I'm always ready for that. I'm a Miami Dolphin fan, you know.
I mean, as a Dolphin fan, come on.
I mean, again, none of this makes Tua better. That's going to be up to Tua.
No.
You know what I mean?
And you take Tua out of the equation. I'm talking strictly from a business standpoint here.
Sure.
That's all I live with is business standpoint, my brother.
But that's
I only
almost
look
why
at
I
it
would.
as
That's
a
almost
business
why I
standpoint.
wish it would be Denver, because if Rodgers is on the table for us, it makes it a lot easier to make my case. You know what I mean? Because I just can't stand people that are throwing. I mean, I'm not that I can't stand the people, but I can't stand the argument that's thrown out about the legal issues and all that. Because again, when I look at the tape, I'm like, okay, 2 years of Tua because Watson ain't ready to play yet. Okay, because according
DDJ says Niners are good with Lance. I don't
now,
know.
according to people that want to
Ooh, I don't
convince me
know.
that Tua is the next Dan Marino,
Tua is not the
Aquavision-
next Dan Marino.
okay, but what I'm saying is the people that believe that, okay,
Aquavision asks, what about the Colts?
Oh, that's a possibility.
That's a possibility. I
Jim
can see that,
Irsay.
especially because think about it like this too. The Colts could stand to lose, a playmaker on defense, a playmaker on offense, a couple of draft picks.
I don't see their town. I don't see their town nor Jim Irsay accepting Desean Watson in Indianapolis.
Oh, you know what? You're right.
yeah.
Indianapolis is a little different, aren't you? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That the fan base it's probably a harder sell. Cap for Life says the Seahawks, Dolphins, Chargers, Bengals, Jaguars, Jets, Broncos, and Colts are all teams with more than 35 million in cap space. Steelers and Commanders are within shouting distance of that. Well, the Chargers, Bengals, Jaguars, and Jets are all out by young quarterbacks. But then again, not really. If you want to be real,
Yeah, no, any of those teams.
Every team.
I would say the Bengals are out, definitely.
The Bengals, yeah, I would put the Bengals out.
But anybody else there, I would say, is in the mix.
Yeah. I think Doug Peterson would be content with Trevor Lawrence.
Oh no, I'm sorry. The Jaguars, they're going to stick with the kid there.
Are out, and Chargers.
No, the Jaguars would absolutely trade Trevor Lawrence.
New York teams are never out, so keep the Jets in.
The Jets are in there, but Watson's not gonna. He doesn't.
But also remember,
a New York team
they could take that quarterback Zach Wilson and trade him with Watson and say, listen, that's worth, a pick and a player. So
the Jets could make a trade. That's who I was going to bring up actually next was the Jets, that they have the cap space and they have some. I mean, they just have their picks, which are trash picks.
If Lawrence is trash and that's because you've only judged him on 1 year, then Tua was trash last year, bro. So just saying, bro, you can't say Lawrence is trash.
He beat us
after 1 year.
Exactly, he beat us.
He not only did he beat us, but
he was in a trash situation.
He was in a terrible situation. By the way, you're talking about all the dysfunction in the world.
Right, in the game, Trevor Lawrence beat. In the game, Trevor Lawrence beat us. Tua threw an interception that had into the flat with 3 defenders in the flat and no receiver to be found anywhere.
Cap. That was something, and then I said this yesterday on the show when there was talk about Vikings and Bucks are teams that Watson wants. Where later out,
but both of
later that same day, the Watson camp got out word that we never said we want to go to these teams. And the Vikings are upside down. They couldn't afford them even if they traded Cousins. They'd still be 20 million short.
The Vikings
and
would
the Bucks.
I think what a lot of people
Bucks are okay with cap right now. The Bucks are okay with cap right now because all the big cap hits next year.
Could I say something real quick? I think a lot of these teams are coming out basically using Watson as a flagpole for their fan base. So in other words,
1,000,000%.
Well, and there's two different. Now the Bucks and the Vikings are actually doing the same thing, but at different angles. And this is what I mean. The Vikings are saying, "Hey, Watson's on the table," so they want to see if their fan base comes out and screams against Kirk Cousins or screams for him or not. You see what I'm saying? And then they'll get their answer. Okay, once it's refuted. But the Bucks on the other hand,
or to push ticket sales.
Well, here's the thing: the Bucks on the other hand, it could be also season ticket sales, yeah. But the Bucks on the other hand, they're like, okay, well, they may just be using it to sell, getting somebody else like Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers or somebody else like they did Tom Brady or whatever, or maybe even possibly bringing Jameis back in. You know what I mean? So. That would be a case where if their fan base is like, oh, Watson or bust, then they know they're not going to get away with really anybody but going with somebody like Russell Wilson. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I mean, the reality is we don't know because these guys, these executives and GMs are all playing games behind the scenes.
It's also likely that it's also a possibility, I should say, that Watson's team came out and denied all that because maybe they just didn't want maybe the leak got out and they didn't want to, and they wanted to squash the leak,
Yeah.
There's always that possibility too, that they're
I think Watson's
and there
team
really
right
is
now
talking
is going to be really selective.
But of course, we'd be making more assumptions because the fact is those two teams can't afford to do it. So why would we jump to the assumption that Watson is talking to them anyway? So it's likely to believe Watson's team when they deny that report. You know what I mean?
Look at it like this. I'm over here
Takes less assumptions.
looking at stuff for Watson just real quick. And, organizations and YouTubers from other organizations, the Browns, let me see, the Cowboys, the Browns, the Niners, and the Bucks, and hold on, there was another
Now,
team.
since we know that Chris Greer listens to this podcast,
all these teams,
well, Chris, real quick, since we know that Greer listens to this podcast, he's probably he's not going to get Watson just to spite us because he knows we're on to it.
No. Chris, he's definitely, he knows I'm a big supporter of his. So
I know. We love you, Chris. We love your daddy too, Bobby. Man, he was great with the Patriots.
Bobby Greer was a genius. He helped
Bobby
build that
Greer is
organization.
the reason that Brady had all the talent to throw to all these years.
1,000,000%, and that's what I expect to see from Chris Greer, more of what we have seen. But the Eagles, all these teams, all of their organizations are literally Crypto. What's up, my brother?
What's up, Crypto?
What's up?
All of
What's
these
going on?
teams are fan bases are looking for ways for Watson to come to their team.
So before we were just talking shit about you, Crypto, before you arrived. So we're glad you're here, man.
It's all
quiet.
good.
Now, it can be quiet, guys. He's here now. Shh, quiet.
You guys are forgetting the number one most important element. Watson
talk to Ross.
Yeah, but Watson gets to decide. And nothing has changed on his non-trade clause.
Thank you.
Waive it to.
We love your levity. We love the levity that you bring to the situation, Crypto.
It's an important part of this, because it also, even though, and I'm telling people this now, think of scenarios of teams that could even get together the money and draft capital to get them, that could potentially be left with whatever team they're left with, that Watson would feel that he could still win there, where he's not making a lateral move from one team.
And Ice Cold makes a good point. I was going to say earlier that the Watson has already outright turned down the Eagles.
No, I know that. We're just talking about scenarios and stuff like that. So the only team we know for certain that can afford him as is, and he wants to go to, is us. The other team that he would want to go to is the Niners. But again, Crypto, and in case you didn't miss this, the Niners run a certain system that Watson likes, a system that we are now implementing here in Miami.
And just to give credit where it's due, Anthony Monzano has been the one making the point about the Niners too, that they're really the only ones in play as far as where Watson would actually waive his
but
clause.
why would he want to go to the Niners? What's the allure there? The system and the talent, right? And so the system and the talent and the weather and the tax breaks all are here in South Florida. So the writing is still on the walls. What's that?
The what you call part of it.
The what? The talent?
The tax breaks part of it, because these guys, they find ways to get around the tax.
Yeah, but you're talking California. You're talking about California versus Florida. It ain't even close, brother.
You got to remember, it's not just the income tax. It's also the fact that a parking spot in California, in LA, or
relative
place like that is going to be like
massive.
I mean,
bro, massive.
Oh, they don't care about that.
They do, of course they do, bro. I mean,
Dude,
maybe
Crypto,
he cares less than most.
Crypto, he can get a penthouse suite at the Guitar and be 10 minutes away from the stadium and the practice field.
For the money he's got, he could buy the property and build his own freaking building across the street from the place if he wanted to.
He'll have carte blanche at the Hard Rock Hotel, which is 10 minutes from the stadium.
If it's in California, he could buy some land and then he could wait for months to get, jump through all the hoops.
And we all know a guy like Watson loves things like carte blanche at a hotel. You know what I mean? So,
once you start putting commas and zeros after your ledger, on your balance sheet, it doesn't matter no more.
Look, generally speaking, Crypto, I understand what you're saying, okay? But what I'm saying is it's the ease of it. During the season, he could literally have carte blanche at the Guitar and be 10 minutes from the practice field, man, and the stadium. That's such an ideal situation. For a single guy like him,
he's not single.
No, he's not.
Could do that in San Francisco.
Well, yeah, true.
Or anywhere in California.
Well, true, but it wouldn't be in a hotel shaped like a Guitar, man. Let's be honest.
California sucks too. California is great to visit, and it's not great to live.
I mean, have you seen the pictures, Crypto? Have you seen the pictures of the Hard Rock, Crypto? It's literally shaped like a guitar, man.
I imagine so.
Like he could have the neck suites, no pun intended.
Hey, another team that can make a trade happen, but he would never want to go there. The Lions. The Lions got two first round draft picks. They got the number 3 pick this year. They could absolutely make a run, and they do have the cap space. They have to make some space for
They
him.
got all kinds of space up there too, and they got what, like 6 first round draft picks over the next 3 years.
Yeah, but
They're going to want to use all of them.
Detroit.
Well,
yeah,
listen,
Detroit is
that's
just
a
like
poverty
hellhole.
franchise. He's never.
So
going
Jared Goff, Houston,
that's a
then, and
hellhole.
Davis Mills to Miami. Is that what y'all are saying?
The only
Jared Goff, they'll be banging the table to keep Jared Goff.
I'd take Jared Goff. I wish people would get off of Jared Goff. I don't think he's that bad.
Thank you, Ryan.
He's above average.
Welcome to Florida. You're a Floridian now, my brother.
Where did I see Ryan AP?
Well,
at?
Color, people will make the argument that Jared Goff is a better quarterback than Watson because he took his team to a Super Bowl.
No.
So,
hey, good morning, Ms. Fins. How you doing? Thanks for the shout out.
Please, guys, like and share.
Oh my
hit
gosh,
the like
it's so
button, like Miss Finn says. Real quick, I'll do the rundown and then we'll do some closing down. Tuesdays, Talk TMI Tuesdays, live every night at 9. Come and check it out, game show style. Right after that, you got open mic with Mike on the mic at 10 on Tuesdays. And then you guys can also catch Mike later tonight at 10 for Drop the Mic. Thursdays, cash and tickets, betting show. Going to do brackets and basketball coming up here real soon. And then also, guys, late night color commentary found on Thursdays as well. Help out and help support the channel, the Fins Tailgate at Venmo and the Cash App. You can catch me, El Capitan, doing the Fins Tailgate. And also, guys, if you're looking for gear of any sort, Fanatics.com is partnered with the Fins Tailgate. Hit the link. Go buy whatever you were thinking about getting anywhere else, a hat, a jersey, any of the cool stuff you see around, and come here soon when we get the subscribers. We're going to do a nice giveaway through Fanatics once we hit the 1,000 subscriber mark. So, guys, let's say that the legal issues have cleared up. I think another piece to this cog that people are forgetting, that not only do we have the 3 first round draft picks over the next 2 years, but if sold to the right suitor, another first round draft pick and then some comes from getting rid of Tua. We could actually give up the least as far as capital, money, and players go, as far as taking away from the team, than anybody too. That's kind of my point. So other than
that's another thing too. We always forget about. Right, Chris. We forget about that a lot. How much we'd be robbing from other teams if we just got Watson in the building, even if we have to roll with Tua for a couple years.
That's it.
And if you're saying that's wasting time for 2 years, then you're the one saying Tua is bad, not me.
No, listen, you hang on to Tua, and all it does is his draft capital goes up. He becomes higher in demand. You hold on to him until someone's quarterback goes down and they're on a run and their quarterback sucks, or they got a great team. Honestly,
or
and
he
I
proves
said
us all wrong, he proves us all wrong and defeats Watson in training camp when Watson's able to come back.
That happens. God bless him, bro. God bless him.
But the point is, if it doesn't happen, we're not stuck with nothing to do. We're stuck with a guy just getting out of jail that can cure that problem.
Yep. So, Brian, where does
get him in the building? That's all I'm saying. Get him in the building.
Brian, tell me where Watson ends up.
Not on the Dolphins. I don't know where I'm just gonna tell you this right now. Anybody on this panel right now, if they had to bet their house and bet the most valuable things they have right now, they won't say that Desean Watson will be on the team for sure. So right now, I don't know what team. He could change his mind. He could say, you know what, man, I don't want to be in Dolphins. I want to be somewhere else. So we we really don't know. We just have to sit back and just see.
Yeah,
good,
that's
correct.
okay.
Good point, Brian. Appreciate
Wicked.
that.
Where's Desean end up going, Wicked? Wicked, really thinking hard about this, I see. Wicked, you still there, brother? I don't know. I think Wicked might have dropped out.
Fell asleep, dude.
Crypto, what about you, dog? Where does Desean end up playing next year? If he ends up playing.
Good question. If he ends up playing, the only way he's not in Miami, I say, and the only way he's not a Dolphin, and it's still on, it means he's still on Houston, and everything hasn't cleared. If everything cleared, I'm going to put it out on the line and say he's a Dolphin.
Drew Batron.
I think the best chance or the most probable location for him to end up is Miami. There are other locations, sure, but there's none that, I mean, we went through the list and there's none really that makes sense other than Miami. And there's none that I think he would waive the no trade clause for to go to.
Ryan AP put the answer I thought Brian was going to put, and that's behind bars or on the couch. That's what I thought. That's what I thought you were going to say.
That would be what Big John would say that. That would be Big John's answer.
Yeah, Big John would say
that would be
I
Big
think
John's
the Texans
Big John
would
was
rather
on
take
earlier.
less.
Missed him.
Yeah, Big John
take less
say
for
that.
him than have him stay in Houston. He won't stay in Houston, even if it doesn't clear.
I would predict either Dallas. If it ain't Miami, it would be Dallas. I would say it has to be Miami. But beyond that, the only other alternative is that they make amends and he stays in Houston.
But
nobody's predicting that. Now, one thing I want to ask though, Crypto, are you at the level of Square with that or no?
On the on him being in Dallas,
if everything's cleared, if everything's cleared, him being in Miami, is that Square level for you?
Yes.
Wow.
I definitely
easy,
not going
Ryan.
to the casino with Crypto. Goodness.
Make sure to hit the like button on the way out, Ryan. Make sure
Appreciate
to hit
it,
the
buddy.
like button, guys. Crypto, I don't know if you caught it. I don't know if you caught it earlier, but I have some training tape of Tua and stuff like that. I don't know if you got to see it, but here's a little bit of some drills and stuff like that.
5. Good. 7. Stupid tire! You freaking tire! You should get out of me! Ah, kick your ass!
3 and a half.
Yeah, that's better.
Very good.
We also have there was an open quarterback competition. You know, they're having a little bit of a open quarterback competition, and Tua was really making his thoughts heard on that.
Hey, you haven't played in years. Why can't I be quarterback, huh?
You're right. Let's see what you got. Hit me. I'm open.
Hi.
That's why. Now sit down and shut up.
And for everyone who says that that's not Tua, then explain the number 1 jersey. Explain that. Explain that.
I think I might remember Brian from over in
Explain to me how he threw it with his left hand.
I know, right?
He threw with his left hand. So that's him.
And it overthrew.
You fail to realize, Chris, that Tua is still a number 1 draft pick. He's still gonna give us a number 1 pick.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I was saying, Crypto. That when we trade for,
he's gonna offset some of the blow that we.
That's what I said.
Houston.
I just said that, Crypto. Where were you, bro? Did you just wake up?
I didn't know
So
you
what
said
happens?
it.
Daddy, chill.
He's gonna negate some of the blow that we have to give in assets.
I don't think we could get a first round pick for Tua.
Oh no,
we don't get a first in 2 seconds at minimum.
I think you underestimate how great the PR team of the Dolphins is.
Oh, the Dolphins
Plus, also,
is exactly.
you got to remember this too, bro. When you're a team that buys Tua, if you buy him with a second round pick, that basically says you don't believe in him. How the hell you sell your fan base on it? If you sell your fan base like, oh man, we've got a first round pick and a conditional second, what a steal for Tua. People be like, oh my God, so great. They was a top fifth overall pick. We robbed the Dolphins. That's how that shit works, brother. You got to remember, it's not just the sell. It's the buy. If you're a Carolina fan right now, you're like, fuck, bro, we got Christian McCaffrey. We're wasting his talent. We got a decent defense. What the hell are we doing? We just need a quarterback that won't fuck up. I've got the perfect sale for you guys.
Sam Darnold's not the answer.
Carolina Panthers, please, guys, understand Tua is an amazing quarterback. He can take a franchise all the way.
Right. We can go right to Carolina and be like, he doesn't see ghosts coming.
Didn't you guys see all the talent that wants to come to the Dolphins now? All the coaches that are coming here making lateral moves to be a part of a system that features Tua Tagovailoa. You could get him at the low cost of just under 2 first-round draft picks over here right now, guys. Come and get it.
Okay. I'm going to say it one time, and I'm hoping that Q will back me up in chat on this, okay? Let's all say it at once. Ready? Tagovailoa.
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 It's not Tago. It's
Tagovailoa.
It's not
Tagovailoa. Tagovailoa.
Daddy, chill.
All right, guys, I'm dropping it out. Everybody, thank you for coming in and being.
Before I leave, one more thing for color.
Oh,
color. What is the thing you said? You are what your record is.
You are what your record says you are.
Is that Denny Green?
Have a good.
2 is 3 and 8. Is that what he said?
That only was that's only a team thing. That doesn't work for individual players.
Guys, I'm gonna drop you guys in the back. Crypto, Brian, Color. You're gonna be hopping in tomorrow night with Mike, I'm sure. I'll be, doing my thing in the back and stuff like that. Make sure, guys, to check out Color on TD Fins Talk on Fridays. Color commentary, late night Color commentary on Thursdays. You guys know he's catching a pretty mug over here all the time.
And also, and real quick, and also, if you want to check out that video Chris showed us earlier and more, you can see it on my channel. And
check out the channel. Color's going to be having some great clips already. He's keeping the receipts, guys. That's what we're going to try to make happen, Color. It's going to be the receipt keeper. I love that idea, man. So, guys, please and thank you for liking the page, subscribing to the channel. Check out all the great content. Go check out fanatics.com. Buy all your gear. Please, guys, we're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. So if you are on Facebook, Twitch, or Twitter, subscribe to the channel. Please hit the like video, share this everywhere. Make sure you're turning on the notification bell so you guys can get all the good content. Thank you and God bless.